Howdy, howdy, y'all. I'm gonna play Honkai Star Rail today. So, I think there's like an event and then a few other things I need to do on it. So, and also, howdy, howdy, blind one eyes. How are you? Let me get it started. Okay. Yeah. Bum. I need to make sure sound is. I think this is good. Maybe. Yeah, where NPC that does not talk. Or it does talk, but there's no voiceover. Don't shrimp over me, I'm just submission. Can't pick that one. Oh my. Yeah, I wish they put dialogue for this stuff. Kind of, I wonder how much the file size will be if they added dialogue for everything. Hopefully this is easy. AI NPCs. Okay then. Okay then, okay then.
Nice work.
That was not hard.
Impressive. Want a prize? First off, do you like gacha games? But that is the first thing that I need to ask. Like, if you hate gacha games, then you would not like this game. That's like the first stepping stone. If you're fine with the gacha games, I would recommend this one. If you like turn-based gacha or turn-based games, like the very old Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest are the two games I can think of. So, yeah, man, I'm doing like a event right now. I claimed it. I haven't bothered doing it, and it expires next patch. So yeah. So you might want to give this game a shot. It's for PC and it's on all the consoles too. So, I enjoyed this one over Genshin. I think I got burnt out of Genshin for lots of reasons. So I want to play it again, just do the story. My luck with characters on it is low, and I guess some of the newer characters don't interest me as much, very much anymore, or not too often. So
That's how, yeah. No, like, most Mohio games, some of the dialogue, it's not fully dialogued. A lot of games are like that, to be fair, at least the cheap ones, I think. So, but yeah, I think, yeah, I enjoyed the story for this one a lot more than Genshin 2 on top of that. Genshin sort of disappointed me story-wise. Like, it was fun, but the story just wasn't, I wasn't into it. Like, I like the story and characters of this one, and then, Zaneless Zone Zero, I like the characters. The story's okay. Though it feels like it's snowballing into something better, for me at least. So yeah. Oh. Yeah. I think this event's just a bunch of puzzles, it looks like, so be doing that for a bit before I get to like story stuff I haven't touched. Because I think next, yeah, well, I probably already mentioned next patch is coming up soon, so. I can't. No, that doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, to be fair, Genshin's first and second act wasn't too engaging, and then the third one wasn't really engaging either. Well, it was engaging, but it's more the fact I was like not surprised or something. Don't know how where to put it. Yeah. And to be fair, there's a lot of content for both of them, so if you do start now, you have a lot of stuff to go through. Also, there's like a few roguelike elements in it too that are also very entertaining to play. So, though sometimes if you get in the nitty-gritty of the game, it's like there's a few metas that you have to follow sometimes, and that's probably the least enjoyable bit, but I don't care about that too much. I just like rolling for characters I like. Like Kafka. I rolled for her like second time because I wanted to roll for a different character. Yeah. I don't want to talk to you. You're an AI NPC. And you're making fun of like ChatGPT at this point. want me to do? Confused by this. Okay, I assume that's how it was.
Want a prize?
I haven't met this puzzle yet, so I was confused. It's not that hard. Almost puzzles aren't like super hard because if they get too hard, people get frustrated and just quit. An example of that is like the water dungeon in Zelda. So, because they're like, I think there's like a maximum puzzle difficulty rating before it becomes too hard if you add it in like a normal game. So yeah. It was, yeah, Zelda the Water Temple was like, or at least Zelda the Majora's Mask was the example. So. Yeah, just skimming through. I think I'll do it in the hard mode because there's a hard mode too. Also, it becomes like super difficult, but I don't think it would happen. So that's what I'll tell you. That's this one. That's it for some reason, but it doesn't feel like it. I guess it's like this. Okay.
Nice work.
Next. Um,
Gotcha.
Impressive. Want a prize?
Clearly. Gotcha. The last one of this difficulty.
Nice work.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Silver Wolf. Oh my god. They're using like newer slang in this game, it feels like. They used it like maybe 3 times already? Yeah. In this event alone. Yeah, I have like 2 days to finish this. And then, I think, yeah, next week I'll end up rolling for probably the new character, I think. Maybe. More than likely.
Impressive.
Cha.
Want a prize?
Next challenge. Cha. Oh, I did not know there was. Cha.
Nice work.
Easy peasy. Next. Also, to be fair, also later on some of the puzzles in Pinnacle with me, the newer area, is harder than I expected. Oh, you might hate some of the aspects of this game. Oh. It's a bit like... No, I don't need a hint. But yeah. There's a lot of puzzles. And they give you bonus stuff. I only think very few puzzles are actually mandatory, so you can technically skip them, but it's not very good skipping them. It's a deferment, I guess is the term. Sort of want to do the puzzles. I haven't done a lot of the newer ones, though. Okay, that works better. Yes. Yeah. The puzzles aren't too hard, it's just, getting used to the puzzles. They throw a few easy ones at you at first, and then they just gradually get harder, but... Like I said, the Pinnacle ones are probably the hardest ones. Like, this puzzle's not that hard. Unless I can think too much about it. Sir, I do not want any hints. Sir, I do not want any hints. I know what I'm doing. I think. Easy peasy. As you can see, some of the puzzles I'm doing are... Well, I found this one slightly more difficult at first, but it doesn't seem like it. I just don't remember seeing this one, but I didn't do all the puzzles in that area either. I think the worst kind of puzzles is like, timed-based ones. So yeah.
Want a prize?
I think there's a few games that have like a time-based puzzle, and usually it ends up poorly on my part. It's like the I think XCOM 2 or something having a time limit or artificial timer. So yeah. Also, doing puzzles is good for you. It exercises the brain in some ways. I think all the time, but I think this puzzle's the worst of them all. Or at least for me, anyway.
Nice work.
What the hell is this? Wacha. That took a bit. That makes no sense. Like it feels like this doesn't even feel right either. Yeah. That's okay. And I'm done with this event. Keep tracking this, but I have already completed it. Do some quests. Few things I haven't really completed, but
Oh, is that a
you ready to experience Miss Black Swan's dreamscape? Please close your eyes and rest your forehead on the dream bubble. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. That elegant girl mentioned something before she left.
The nature of this memory is special. Don't ruin the dreamscape experience for anyone else by spoiling the ending.
Am I?
In my estimation, there's no question about it. This is murder.
Murder. Such a foreign word to us. The people of Penacony could never come to any harm while under the watchful protection of the family. In a dream, even if you're bashed 1,000 times with a hammer, at worst you'll still wake up in reality in a hotel.
Not necessarily. Even if the result does not constitute harm, the criminal intent is clear enough. You specifically came here to cordon off the scene because of the unsavory nature of this case, right?
What's he doing here?
You're not wrong. Even if there are no casualties, being smashed over the head with a hammer in the middle of the street for no reason at all? This is not the kind of thing that happens on Penacony. You are guests of the Oak family, so you may investigate the crime scene. I'll be on standby over here.
Oh. I'm guessing Sparkle did it. How
Are you
like
a witch?
games? Yeah.
Managed to convince them in the blink of
I
an
did
eye that
a
we're some
event
kind of
earlier, and now I'm
detective?
doing companion story.
Just some suggestions at the memory
So
level.
yeah.
If something happens in everybody's memory, then that something becomes a fact. If we had a little more time, I could have even convinced her I was Shipe the Harmony. Then on to the next order of business. Let's discuss your companion, shall we?
Oh yeah.
Of the Garden of Recollection.
Yeah, I finished this chapter, but I love the chapters. So, like, comparably to how Genshin was, I like the story of Star Rail a lot more on multiple levels.
You stole a glance at me when you first entered the hotel. You followed me wherever I went inside the dreamscape. In the windows along the commercial street. In the pond water reflections of the Ideen Park. Even in the reflections of the wine.
Yeah, the current story,
Everywhere.
I haven't played the newer stuff for Genshin, but this part that I did play, comparably to like the place, if you compare them to side by side of story progression, I would say that like, well, the fact that she wasn't dead and stuff like that, and then the other world and so on. Yeah. I basically got to the end where Sparkle planted a whole bunch of bombs on the ship that you got. So yeah. I completed that like I think 2 weeks ago, and I skipped a week and played Tarkov instead because there's like I don't think there's a lot of stuff I can do. So instead of like adult-esque, I guess, in this.
My dear, do you
So.
have a crush on me?
Well, so it's like more of
Seeing as you're so interested in me, let's play a little game.
yeah. I beat the crap out of him twice, basically. Guy trying to resurrect the Archon of Order. And then I saw him get thrown in jail and then get broken out of jail, I guess. So yeah.
I left a puzzle for you near Ultima.
So
Solve it and prove that you're capable of pleasing me. if you can
So
solve
yeah.
it, then we can talk. Don't
Yeah, let's say,
keep waiting, my
yeah, I enjoyed
dear.
this story, so.
Before Penacony gets flipped upside down, try to find me, catch me, and stop me.
I just haven't done this stuff. There's like a lot of side stuff, so.
There's actually more
Oh,
than
yeah,
one
yeah.
demo keeper who's come to Penacony. She's
But to be
mixed
for
it
the
up
boss
with
fight,
someone else.
musics are like really
But
good
no harm,
most
no
of the time.
foul.
Yeah, the boss music's good. No.
The address of
I
the
can't wait until the
maid is
next
right
area
here.
opens up,
But you never would have
wherever
thought
it is.
that when Miss Sparkle mentioned a game, she was talking about wanton slaughter on the streets of Penacony. Such a direct act of provocation is enough to get my competitive side worked up too.
Madam, forgive me. I had no idea about anything she said. As you saw, I went through a brain scan and everything.
I need to look that up. Well, I haven't changed my music since a long time.
I'm just a friend, helping her deliver a letter. That's all. I never knew this was actually a declaration of warfare. They say you shouldn't kill the messenger. So, maybe you can just, let me go. You all are the big shots here. I'm really not on your level.
So I know people hate this character, but I like him, so you can shoot me all you want. Like deep down I want to punch him, but I also like him at the same time. If you know what I mean.
What a frightened look you have. Don't worry. Since this has nothing to do with you, I won't be suspecting you of anything.
Yeah, I know, but I still enjoy the rat bastard, so. Like, he's like, he makes the story more entertaining, I guess. Like, somebody you'll want to shoot at sight, but you also want him to live so you can shoot him again later. So, yeah.
Oh, seems like I can't escape being an assistant detective. Oh, fine. It's all fine. No big deal.
Oh, so I still wonder, you remember the dialogue, hey, his voice is awesome. You remember the dialogue of, Bellabog, when you beat it? He talked like on like the fourth, tried to break the fourth wall or something, and I'm still wondering if that ties into everything. Yeah. Charismatic. Yeah. Well, that's also like the people hating Topaz, but she was just doing her job, for better or for worse.
Who was the victim?
An IPC employee named Shamari. Eyewitnesses reported that a tall, strong man wearing a large robe with long sleeves walked right past Shamari and suddenly assaulted him with a hammer.
Oh, yeah. I need to double check that, to be fair. But yeah, pretty interesting.
Shamari collapsed on the spot and woke up.
So could it be that Sparkle was always, shampoo? Type of deal?
Ooh, that sounds just like Sparkle. Her best asset is transforming her appearance to look like someone else.
Who are those two little guys?
Seems like the assailants stole the troop from elsewhere and deliberately placed them here. Nerve. They don't even have the slightest consideration for public order. Those two have clammed up. I wonder if you two could help pry open their mouths.
Yeah. The next patch is next week, so.
Looks like a puzzle that Sparkle has left behind for
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't read too much of the lore of Star Rail, but it's pretty interesting how the lore of Star Rail is.
This is a developing case, so there aren't many clues yet.
So,
All we have to go by are the weapon used by the assailant and the victim's ID. They didn't even take the weapon with them. Sounds like they're trying to provoke us. Despicable.
Where's Mr. Shamari right now? I'd like to meet him.
I'm afraid you can't. The Oaks came forward and calmed him down. Mr. Shamari expressed that he understands the unpredictable nature of dreams, and went on to vacation in another dreamscape. Best not to bother him. Guest experiences always have
wait.
to come first.
Oh, I'm afraid by the time we
oh yeah,
find
yeah.
him,
Well, like I said, this is
Penacony will have been sent back to
the
reality
companion
by
mission for her.
Sparkle.
I haven't done any of the companion missions, so
Looks like we'll have to play this little game of sparkles then.
yeah. No, it's companion mission. This is a part of a event. Yeah, this is the companion mission.
Lady Black Swan, you're here! I'm the constable, and this here is listing me as the bailiff for this case. Mr. Coldfeet, why'd you do it?
So they can talk after all. Miss Black Swan, they're heading straight for you.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt, I wasn't talking to you. I understand.
Unless this was attached to an event,
The intellect.
because I haven't played a few of the events in the past.
Bottom of the sparkle
I took like a month or two break from the game because of reasons, so maybe it was attached to an event. This is a companion mission that's listed, so
The Sparkle murder case? Wasn't the victim Shamari from the IPC?
You're wrong, Lady Black Swan. The victim is evidently none other than the matriarch of the Goldhammer family, Miss Sparkle Goldhammer.
that's yeah.
Oh, I guess Miss Sparkle has written herself into the skit here, and this has nothing to do with the actual case. Goldhammer? Is that her real surname?
Never heard of it. Sounds made up. Sparkle doesn't sound like a
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case.
Miss Sparkle was supposed to receive 3 valiant warriors at the Goldhammer residence today, but upon their arrival, all they found was her body. Miss Sparkle had been smashed over the head by a hammer and died on the spot. Such a brutal act of violence. My investigations discovered that the 3 warriors were supposed to escort supplies back to their territory the day before, but they were unexpectedly ambushed by the Annihilation Gang. They narrowly escaped and barely got away with their lives, finding their supplies almost completely raided. So they all shared a motive for killing Miss Sparkle. To escape punishment.
Well, I got Sparkle, so
So the 3 of them teamed up to kill her.
I'm not surprised if this led up to Sparkle, though.
Is the case closed?
No, there can only be one murderer. It's not an unsolved mystery if there are 3 murderers. Hang on, wait.
If you can't justify it, don't bother.
Got it! Those 3 were all vying against each other to be number 2. They couldn't have cooperated on anything. So it must have been one of them acting alone.
That actually doesn't make much sense. Even if they were on bad terms, those 3...
Please begin your investigation, Lady Black Swan.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed that
Find
event.
a crime scene that are sure to help you
The mixing of
identify
drinks.
the real culprit.
To be fair, I also like that in Genshin too, just the mixing of drinks. is a nice event overall. Like, it's not too difficult, and it's the finished product is more interesting than just ta-da, congratulations, you finished this puzzle.
I've got the case file right here. If you want to learn more about the suspects, talk to me.
So
Lady
yeah.
Black Swan, allow me to introduce the three suspects to you. Lefton is one of Miss Sparkle's chief lieutenants, whose right hand was unfortunately severed while he was valiantly fighting off the Annihilation Gang. He's now learning how to write and hold a fork with his left hand. How tough that must be.
I'm actually kind of sad that they just like axed off the whole entire Annihilation Gang. Like, one of the female characters looked super interesting.
Then there's Zhongshan. This guy's a coward who ran away as soon as a group spotted some bandits along the road. He ended up smashing into the side of a cliff and getting his face disfigured. It's
And I
real
think I
shame,
played.
as he used to be one of the rare handsome men left around town.
I don't remember. I don't remember the time when I stopped. I basically started just dropping all of the gacha games over a haul, but they keep calling me back. Like, I think it was like Reversed. I think the name is Reversed 1999. I might want to go back into sometime, I don't know. Blue Archives, maybe, I don't know. This big go. Like, stuff calling me back, but I don't want to go back. So.
Last of all comes right. This
But yeah.
guy was so insatiably greedy that he still came back to try and embed
Yeah, I played,
his lies after they narrowly
I think,
escaped with their
Genshin
lives.
day 1 or day
Lies about how
2.
the gang had taken off
Or
the
maybe I
boat.
waited a few days because I
Lefton
didn't
and
install
Zhongshan
it.
were so incensed that they broke his legs.
Yeah, I think I played it. I think I beat the Dendro Archon's quest main story and then stopped there. And then started doing the Hydro one, but I haven't completed it. I basically just stalled out. I was like super bummed out that they released a character, 5-star character, and she wasn't really good. So yeah. And then all the characters after were that, I wasn't like super into them either. So I guess.
Hang on, I'm confused here. Left on? Right? Is this some kind of joke?
Yeah, I don't know. I think some of the newer designs are not my taste or something.
What? Where did you get that idea from? Do you need me to go over it all again?
Got it.
Please.
But it sounds like Mr. Assistant Detective
No.
has his own misgivings. Would you like to go over it again?
Yeah, because I was hearing that what was it, the Dendro story is real good, which I was pleased with that one. And then people said the Hydra one's supposed to be super good too, compared to like the last 3, which I found as a disappointment mostly. Like, yeah. And I have no clue about the newest one, so.
Lefton is one of Miss Sparkle's chief lieutenants, whose right hand was unfortunate. Then there's Zhongshan.
I
Last
heard.
of all comes right. This guy, that's all the intel we have on.
Yeah. Ah, nice. Yeah, I haven't really delved too deep into it.
Look, an ID card. Talent Motivation
Oh.
Department, Shamari.
Yeah, I don't think the design like got me or pulled me in enough to go start playing the game again and try to draw the character. I guess is the main calling.
Mr. Shamari's belongings should have disappeared alongside him as he woke from the dreamscape. The fact that this ID is here means Miss Sparkle placed it here on purpose to prove that she definitely attacked someone.
All right. And good luck with your and job of the pre-sighing predicaments when the time comes.
Holy moly! This hammer is super heavy! Ah, this must be the murder weapon for the Sparkle murder case.
Sparkle also used it to attack Mr. Shamari.
I'm barely able to lift this using both hands. I have no idea how Sparkle could ever use this to hit a target. Is that all the evidence? How are we meant to solve this with so little to go on? Oh, you scared me! When did you pop out?
It's now.
The two pieces of evidence that you found are related to the attack on Shamari. Miss Sparkle didn't leave them lying around for no reason. They're clues to the puzzle. But there are still some other clues that were placed in other areas, so they won't spoil the crime scene.
Isn't that a bit unnecessary?
No, no. It's disruptive to have a stack of irrelevant things crowding a crime scene. Miss Sparkle is a law-abiding citizen who'd never bring extra trouble to the family.
Ah, jeez. So I'm assuming that you're talking about like the I have no clue. I was going to relate it to like one of the newer like BioShock games where things don't make sense, but people try to make sense of it, the nonsensical sense of it. And yeah.
Seems quite nice of her, if you ask me.
So to be fair, like part of the Dendro storyline, I was staring. It's like I sort of guessed what's going to happen, but they're like slightly It was only slightly different than my guesstimation, so I guess I had a better charm, if it makes any sense. Yeah, I guess a better charm to the story compared to the previous ones I played. So it was like something... Yeah, just better. That's all I can say is the previous ones, like... The, Izuma, like, disappointed me. It took so long to come out, and it just was a disappointment, I guess. Like, how it ended didn't make a lot of sense to me. I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's just a viewpoint or something that diluted my thoughts on Izuma. And that first Archon quest doesn't really count because it's like an intro quest, which probably should have been... They probably should have did with like, Star Rail did and make something like small that doesn't matter, and then did first Archon into something else.
What's this little device here for? Could you please let me know? It looks like a little button.
So yeah.
Don't push it, Lady Black Swan. Whatever you do, don't push it. That's the mutually assured destruction button that Miss Sparkle installed. Once pushed, Miss
But like I said, I prefer this game's story, and then the Zoneless Zone Zero. I'm not like super keen on the story, but it feels like it's progressing better, or feels better than Genshin's story. So, and also the main characters of Zoneless Zone Zero is like way better too.
the entirety of Penacony will instantaneously go up in smoke.
Oh, that kind of sounds. I guess they try to do like a was it Phoenix Ace? I don't think I said it right, but like the Ace Attorney series for the part 1, and then I guess part 2 is trying to cover up part 1 or something like that. Is my assumption, seeing that I haven't played it.
That sounds like
So
both buttons can do the exact same thing.
I did not.
Correct. Exactly the same.
Oh,
Aren't you going to ask me why?
okay. Why?
Because she is fair.
Oh, what?
This is not.
Okay. I guess. Oh.
Yeah.
What's the point of me doing that? Oh, just to destroy it. Huh. Getting thrown in the present part reminds me of the Dendro Archon's quest, to be fair. Yeah.
This notice seems like a hint for us from Miss Sparkle.
I might play Genshin sooner or later, maybe. Not play it every single day like I'm playing these two for the dailies, at least. Though I kind of sad that I'll probably miss a whole bunch of events and stuff that like has story tied to it.
That sounded like a story from ancient times. And why did the facial recognition system suddenly go out?
This is so her style, isn't it?
Oh. Yeah. Well, to me, the Zoneless Z makes sense. It's just more of you don't have all the puzzle pieces, I guess. All the puzzle pieces to the story, because you don't know all the characters' backgrounds. But over time, they slowly piece more pieces of the background together, so it makes more sense over time. So yeah. So yeah. Or at least that's what I'm thinking. Because at least the Zoneless Zone Z main characters have more precedence in the story compared to Genshin, which is like nonchalantly pushed aside or just inserted occasionally. while the main focus of Zoneless Z0 is the main characters. So, like the newest patch for it showed a lot more to the main character's backstory. So,
Regardless of why it's designed to look like the conductor aboard the Astral Express, this doll, is it connected to the case?
so
Have you
yeah.
ever heard of something called a red herring in detective stories? It's a fake clue that leads you down the wrong path.
I see. But when it's so obvious, doesn't that defeat the purpose?
That's just in case you didn't realize the ingenuity of Miss Sparkle and were worried about her throwing out a random, useless clue.
Also, to be fair, those two games also don't have to worry about making like a huge open world area filled up with nothing. So,
I see. Thank
that's
you
not
for
really an
letting me
excuse for a poor story.
Then, let's pretend we were misled by a red herring. This
So, yeah.
doll, could it be connected to the case?
You don't have to play along that hard, you know.
Doesn't look like there are any more clues. Let's head back to the crime scene.
Next, should we pin down the identity of the perpetrator? This evidence, I've been staring at it all day, but there's nothing that can identify the perp.
True.
Lefton, that guy lost his
Well, to be
head.
fair, I like his zone, the Triple Z, because it has a more variety of characters.
Remember Zhongshan's face was disfigured after the incident at the cliff? Right?
So,
I remember this one best. Right has a broken leg.
Why don't we flip the question and start by asking who couldn't be the murderer? After all, there are only 3 suspects, so elimination could be a valid method.
so yeah.
If you put it like that,
Like out of,
you already have
I think I was
someone in
watching a
mind?
YouTube video or something.
Come on.
Or maybe it was on Twitch that's saying that, compared to the other games, the 3Z's game has like the largest difference in characters so far. I don't want to, like, basically the furry characters and then other character designs are like so different than the previous games. Also, the game runs 100 times better than Genshin. There's that too. And the obvious beyond.
So, who exactly is the murderer? I remember this one best. Right has a broken leg.
Yeah.
Oh, is that so? I feel like the evidence doesn't really match. How about you think it over again?
Well, the whole... I thought that would count. Okay, then,
So,
I think...
who exactly is the murderer?
Oh, yeah. Also, I like that, unlike the previous games, the NPC players are, like, wandering around town,
Remember
too.
Zhongshan's face was disfigured after the
So-
incident at the cliff?
So that would be, really entertaining.
Poor guy. He was
Yeah.
seriously injured and was all wrapped up in bandages to keep
Yeah.
his good looks safe.
Because,
If
remember,
that's the
there's, like, a
case,
huge
he couldn't have
complaint
made it through the Gold Hammer
a while
Road
back
with
that
facial
Honkai Star Rails, a lot of the characters have the same clothing design. Which I can't really argue because they all looked really similar. Like, I would say, like, well, if they're all 4 stars, all of them being similar is okay, but it was like 1 4-star and, or no, 2 4 stars and 1 5-star. It's like, Yeah, I don't know about that. Can't really argue. There people are arguing that because it was the region, but it's like Genshin, the region was similar for a lot of characters, and their clothing don't look the same. So,
That would suggest that Zhongshan is not the murderer.
so yeah, that was a big. It's like that shouldn't be an excuse. Like I can like say it's a sort of excuse if it's like a lower star character, but there was a 5-star in the mix. It's like no. Like, I don't care about it now, but it's just more of the fact of yeah, that it shouldn't be that close together either. Like if it was like spread out, maybe it'd be fine, but yeah. The mods, truly.
So, who exactly is the murderer? Lefton! That guy lost his hand.
Based on the bailiff's statement, Lefton's dominant hand was seriously injured to the point where he had to learn how to live using only his left hand.
So yeah.
Swinging that giant sledgehammer to murder someone. That must be hard for him. Probably impossible. Lefton's suspicion level...
So I still get well, I'm getting better at it, but I'm still confused by the artifact style system in the 3Z's game compared to the other ones.
By process of elimination, it seems that only right could
And I'm still used to like having a
That was easy. Let's tell the constable our
a
answer
view
and
different, I guess, or each disc or each artifact to look different, so I can recognize which artifact goes where, or something like that. So looking at it now, and it's like they all look the same on the top. It's just their numbers are different. That matters. So
Please begin your investigation.
yeah, I think that's like the most confusing part
Lots of clues at the
for
crime
me, at
scene
least.
are sure to help you apprehend the real suspect.
Also, to be honest, I also wish they later on implement something that you can like customize your room. That would be nice. Because you don't really have a room in Star Rail, but you have a room in the 3Z's game. So that'd be nice to have. Like some room customization other than the posters on your wall. Unless you have a room in Star Rail. I don't remember having a room though.
You have answered correctly. As
So.
expected, you didn't disappoint, Lady Black Swan. Game rules stipulate I must tell you where the next puzzle is.
I also like the little shop mini game thing in the 3Z's game too. It's not like a mini game, but you open your shop every single day. For better, for worse.
Huh? The next puzzle? I didn't sign up for this.
Looks
Yeah.
like the key to winning lies not in the puzzle itself, but in the motives behind Miss Sparkle's strange behavior.
I have to remind you that Sparkle is a masked fool? Do you plan on finding logic in the mind of a masked fool?
Oh yeah. Like that's the only thing I can think of. I wish they added more.
That's exactly what I plan on doing. Even if it's just subjective,
So, yeah.
there must be an overall principle behind the behavior. Memories cannot lie.
Yeah, I hope it's not like something that you have to pay more money for, like a skin or something. That'd be annoying. I would not want that.
Right now, let's follow her train of thought and head to the next puzzle. I hope this time we can get ahead of the Bloodhound family. I want to try and avoid using my Memo Keeper powers. Yeah.
So why are you so focused on Sparkle's challenge? Or should I ask, are you more focused on Sparkle herself?
Oh yeah. I have a few that look at my story. I need to
Spirit of competitiveness.
I guess
And
work on the
as
other
an amateur
characters
friend,
more
I
or
also
something.
have to fulfill my responsibilities and harvest some interesting memories.
So, because I have like, I think I have 2 characters that can watch over the shop.
Become part of the family. Raise a glass and enjoy feast fit for a king.
Whoa, this place place is a complete mess. And those two weirdos are probably here too.
Oh, Detective Black Swan and Detective Sampo! You finally made it!
We don't know what we'd do without your help.
I'm guessing she voices all of those things.
Why are you talking like that? Is this some sort of artistic
Howdy,
performance
howdy,
that young people are
Crypto.
into these days?
Is there something wrong with the way we are talking? Deputy Sheriff, am I talking in a strange way?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm thinking of maybe rolling, but I don't have a lot of stuff. I failed King Caesar. Sadness. So,
Of course not.
have you seen
The way you
the
talk.
videos of Bernie's?
Cat that climbs the apple tree in my grandma's backyard.
Huh. The skit this time is a modernist one.
Oh, yeah.
Let's discuss this difficult case then. The victim is a
I don't remember the name. I wouldn't say the Sons of Kala, whatever. Oh yeah, the dog is being voiced by Sparkle right now.
Sparkle really is obsessed with scripting her own death.
Yeah.
Oh, for the laughter. If you undercut me one more time, I swear I'm gonna kick you in the butt. Miss Sparkle came to the fashion store to buy herself a brand new tie. She didn't come back out. After a long time, the shopkeeper went in to see what was going on, but instead discovered Miss Sparkle's body. She had been strangled to
What? Oh yeah. She is something else.
There were 3 suspects on the scene, namely a Papashi shopkeeper named Wright, a Foxian gambler named Zhang Shan, and a wealthy Intellitron trader called Lefton.
Our old friends.
I think I don't know. I don't think I have a lot of rolls, to be honest. I think I can only roll like 3 times by Sunday.
It's not just to aid your memory. We've added more descriptions to help tell them apart.
Sparkle is so gracious.
Based on surveillance footage, witness testimony, and various pieces of evidence, the killer is ultimately among these 3, and they were not working in cahoots.
You're too lazy to be a suspect, right?
Oh, for the laughter! If I talk anymore with you, it'll make my pure soul filthy!
Detective Black Swan, the dossiers are over here. You can learn more about the suspects from me. I trust you'll be able to cut through the hogwash and find out who Miss Sparkle's killer is.
But yeah. That, and also she like uses a flamethrower too. It's entertaining.
Let me introduce the identities of these suspects to you. It's
So I'm gonna assume that later down the road there's gonna be like drink mixing quest or event with her. I would not doubt it. 100%.
First of all, is the shopkeeper right? He's one of the Papashi people and only stands around Sparkle's waist.
Oh my.
Which is often a source of teasing for him. He can get pretty salty about it.
I think my issue is more of I assume half of my taste of it, the character has like a screw loose in their head sometimes. So
Next up, you have the merchant Lefton. He
So,
was
yeah.
teamed up with the Penacony Trading Guild and is in direct competition with Miss Sparkle. That could
or
be a motive
manipulative.
for her.
Maybe it's the other one. So I think my favorite Star Rail character is still Kafka. And then my favorite Genshin character is Yalmika, so yeah, those are my top ones. Well, that's how they get you to spend money. That's what they're aiming for.
Finally, there was the gambler Zhang Shan. He lost a bet to Miss Sparkle, and he had to hand over his family heirloom. It's possible he harbored a grudge against her. That's all the information we have. Do you need me to repeat it?
That
It
won't
won't
be
be Mitzi.
necessary.
I wasn't paying
remember it
attention to the
all.
first place. No, I don't remember it. I'll just wing it like usual.
There's an accounting book lying on the ground. It must have been specially placed there by Sparkle.
Yeah.
On the title page is written Chen Katar.
Yeah, I have not been very lucky
Someone's name? A code name.
in the 3
I
Z's
think
game
it's
all.
the name of the owner of this book.
This Chen.
So to be her, I think I put
Be
more
Sparkle's
money in
targeted
Genshin, or more
victim
money
this
into
time
Genshin
around.
and Honkai Star Rail. That's probably why I've been luckier. Oh, nice. Both really nice characters.
And there's the tie.
That skit before said that the deceased was strangled. Is this tie some kind of joke murder weapon?
The tag on the tie reads, "Only for Imperial Master Lefton." Seems like it's one of Miss Sparkle's personal belongings.
That's not how you use the word imperial.
I also wish Amber was like more useful. From what I heard, she has her own tier of being bad in the game. Unless I buffed her, but they don't buff people, do they? They mostly nerf people constantly.
So, it's just like the first case then. Only 2 pieces of evidence. The rest hidden inside her memories again, right?
Miss Sparkle doesn't want to distract your investigation.
Ah, geez. Well, yeah, they censored a lot of things.
She doesn't want to distract our
Yeah.
investigation? What a law-abiding citizen this Sparkle
It's
is.
because,
Why doesn't she surrender
for
then?
reasons. Well, it's better than the character getting completely banned. I think, Azure Lane, has a few characters banned in, China, if I remember. Also, I think there was another, same thing with, like, Girls Frontline, too. I could be wrong with Girls Frontline, though. Also, I can't wait for the Girls Frontline, game to come to NA. Unless it already has, and I've been noticing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that buff. But yeah, they haven't buffed anybody since. Almost forgot that one. That tree. How many does it get up? Oh. Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
A little stool that seems quite normal. There are 2 small footprints drawn on it in
Like,
crayon.
he did what he was supposed to do, but your end game isn't really good for him. The spiral of best requires you to deal damage, not tank things. So,
The footprints,
which is like
which
the
are half
worst
the
thing about.
standard, must
I
belong
think
to
that's the worst thing about Honkai games is that the end game is not friendly to certain characters at all.
Perhaps it's just that this person's
Or
drawing
usually.
skills are extraordinary.
I need to go over there too, don't I? Or I'm gonna go over there anyway. Jeez. Well, they nerfed Diluc because he was using his ultimate too much. If I remember. I don't remember the other nerfs.
Why is there a smoked red herring there?
Because it's the red herring.
Mr. Sampo, take a look. This is a wonderful smoked red herring.
Somebody save me from this cringe joke.
Even among the fools I know, Miss Sparkle's sense of humor stands out from the rest.
Have you dealt with many masked fools before?
No, only a handful. After all, I prefer warm memories baked in sunshine. They're They're the ones that usually belong to kind people.
So, talking about the Girls Frontline, or the newer one that's coming out, I really want to play that one. From well, hopefully it's not as bad as Genshin's systems, but yeah. Oh, yeah.
This clock is...
Open it up and take a look.
Well, I guess they attempted to, I wouldn't even count attempted, but then the community tried to, band together to get some of the characters' colored changed or something. But that didn't, do it very much, I guess. So, this is an easy puzzle. I think this is my most hated puzzle. The sliding mirror one. Like the ones near the end of the game are super hard.
This is evidence too. Why was it planted inside another device?
Because this ring was found inside the victim's mouth. We want to reconstruct the scene of the crime.
In the victim's mouth.
Hey, there's something engraved inside the ring. Zhongshan family heirloom. That should be it. Let's head out.
I have to thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Assistant.
Because that stuff I've seen from Girls Frontline
The
is
puzzle this time is
are really interesting. Like Victor, or not Vic, no, I think it was Victor. There's a new look, looks pretty cool. So, I don't know which characters they added. Like I want the Soap, to show up, unless she's already in the game. She's my favorite, unless she died off or something. I wouldn't be surprised about that though. I haven't paid attention to Girls Frontline in a while. I like a lot of the characters like Tommy Gun and stuff like that.
just some shallow intuition. Anyway, let's report back to the sheriff for now.
Yes, a lot of the animations are interesting, and it's also it's a tactical game, so which I like occasionally those, but I need to play more. So.
Oh, for the laughter! Didn't think I'd be seeing Detective Black Swan so soon. Was that? You found out?
Oh yeah, I didn't know that too much into it. It's like, okay, that's whatever, I guess. So. Yeah, Girls Frontline has been going on for a while, and Girls Frontline 2 is supposed to be ongoing, and they're still going to keep the first Girls Frontline game ongoing, but I don't feel like playing the first one. I played a bit, and then it's like, I don't know when to invest time in this. But the newer one was like, maybe I will.
What's your reputation, Detective Black Swan? As smart as the nest of magpies roosting in the roof of my Uncle Frank's
And it's 3D, and the animations look really nice.
This guy is mixing up his birds here.
Yeah, I heard it coming to the West. I just don't remember when. I think I signed up for it though, so I'll be definitely playing that.
Then go ahead. Who is the killer, and what evidence do you have to prove the case? Good. Then let us appreciate your powers of deduction. Have you solved the case? This guy, Zhongshan, is a card shark who used to play Get the Koi with Miss Sparkle. He gambled away his entire family fortune.
Cause I can't even. I'm just gonna double check.
Doing, 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 doing. Where is it? This is pre-registered, but it doesn't have the date for my releases. Oh yeah, it looks good. Let me look. Not sure. It doesn't really say. People are saying it's supposed to release in December. So, like December 3rd or something. That's what people are saying.
This ring is a piece of evidence, right?
So.
That's right. That's the one.
Who are the two people you really want to punch?
What would a penniless wretch of a gambler like Zhongshan be doing at such a fancy fashion store as this? Because he was planning on robbing it! He'd stolen Lefton's tie and was just about to get away when he saw Miss Sparkle, the one who'd stolen his family fortune from him. So, he darted into the changing room and tried to get back his ring.
Yeah, those characters aren't like really on my top of my list of favorites.
Who could have known that Miss Sparkle would end up swallowing that ring? All Zhongshan could do
I'm trying to remember if there's a character that I hated.
to prevent her from swallowing the ring.
I don't think so. But there's like probably a few that are not like high on my tier list.
What a tragedy.
That I like and desired.
But for your incisive detective work, the murderer would still be at large.
Is something wrong here? This is too easy. The
Yeah,
first
clearly,
case
clearly.
wasn't hard, but this one.
As you can imagine, the conclusions that the evidence points to are not mutually exclusive. Which means this is probably another prank from Miss Sparkle. Mr. Assistant Detective, please feel free to point out a suspect as the murderer.
Ah, I see. Sheriff, the murderer is Lefton. The evidence is the tie, right?
Correct, Detective Sampo. I never thought you'd be able to deduce the truth.
Sheriff, the murderer is right. The evidence is the stool, right?
Well, like I said, I haven't played it. I got the Hydro Archon from a random roll, but I don't know. But I know the Dragon Dude is like OP. So, like being able to solo the abyss single-handedly without nobody is kind of a OP.
Yes! For the laughter, how did I fail to realize this formidable intellect of yours?
Then, right from the start, there was no murderer. The evidence.
Can't remember the other
right.
Hydro characters.
Whatever, I'm just spitballing here.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I probably need to play the story to find out the issues with it.
Goodness me! Deputy Sheriff, is he really a genius? How could such an unfathomable mystery be solved so easily by him?
Look, Miss Sparkle has given us a puzzle where every single
Ah, nice.
answer is correct.
Yeah, I don't remember the characters, so I can't really say.
I take it so seriously. Miss Sparkle is a masked fool, not a masked genius. If it's a challenging puzzle you want, please go out there and turn right until you get to the Intelligentsia Guild. We're only responsible for providing an entertaining detective experience. Anyway,
Jeez,
since
jeez.
our genius detective Black Swan has cracked the case, I will now share Miss Sparkle's next puzzle with you.
So that's it? This is just going to go on and
I'm
on
assuming the third
forever?
is the last one.
We So that's it? This is just going to go on and on forever? We can't do that.
Aggressively okay.
Then I wish you both the
That's
best.
a
Okay,
statement.
If you're not in a hurry, I can tell you the answers for some of the outcomes you never chose.
Just as you said.
To be fair, I think.
Puzzles is all
Well, I didn't
just
watch the video,
another
but I guess the few
something
videos that were popping up on my
toying with us.
YouTube at the time were like hyping the
Just keep
Hydro
getting led around by her.
story, I guess.
Truly, Miss Sparkle is a fascinating
It's probably like
person.
skewed my
You
interpretation
see,
or
this game will be open.
a view of it
Swan,
without
Mr.
playing it.
Sparkle, you're finally here. I am the famed detective of Penacony, and next to me here is my assistant detective. A murder in a locked room has left us all stumped.
As expected, another change in setting.
Yesterday, my assistant and I were visiting the famed artist Miss Sparkle, and we stayed the night. But this morning, Miss Sparkle didn't come out of her bedroom.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's like, it feels like I wish they didn't stretch out the story too much because we know that where the story's ending. And it's obvious, it just more feels like it's going to get it'll be 10 years before, well no, seeing that this time, probably be 6 years before we see the ending of Genshin. It's like, do we want to wait that long? And how big is this game going to be? Like, Fate ended, I don't remember, I think like 3 years or something, finished their main story and went on to the next. So, I wish like speed up so we can have like bonus stuff after the ending.
But Miss Sparkle had never slept in so late.
Because that would be
No matter
nice.
how hard he knocked, there was no answer from inside. As soon as I heard, I knew something must have happened. So I acted decisively and broke the door down to get inside. The room was covered in spattered blood. Miss Sparkle's body was lying right in the middle, her face white as snow. One look told me she'd been dead for some time. Thinking quickly, I grabbed the artist's canvas to staunch Miss Sparkle's blood, but alas, poor Miss Sparkle. She's left us now forever.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the main character, the twins, it only feels like they only touch on that part every once in a while. So it's basically go to a new area, try to find clues about your brother, and then solve whatever mess the Archon has left of that type in the area, and then go to the next. So, I read a few people, it's basically a Genshin is like Fate Stay Night, except you go there to fix stuff instead of like Fate Stay Night, or Fate Go, I mean, is there you go in and just destroy everything. So it's like different opposites. It's like an overarching story of the twins, and it's not like, yeah.
Besides us and Zhongshan the butler, Lefton the cook, and Wright the driver were also at the scene of the crime.
Yeah. I think people are wanting to get
What would you like to do?
that, and also they like the characters probably. Yeah. Oh, what was? Yeah. To be fair, I'm only like paying half attention to what these people are saying.
Presumably, Miss
Some
Sparkle's
weird,
now carefully arranging the next crime scene, right?
crime scene thing. So
Why don't you skip all this rigmarole and just have a heart-to-heart conversation with me? It might tickle a little.
Yeah. Love words.
Wait up! Wait up!
Honest kid. I know where you are, Miss Sparkle.
Miss Sparkle.
No
cheating.
Breakdown character.
Oh, Mr. Assistant Detective. You seem to be getting anxious.
No, this locked room murder case is pretty fun. I want to guess who it was.
Let's go. Can't keep a girl waiting, can we?
Yeah. And also talking about other games. Well,
Miss
so,
Sparkle has one final message to announce.
yeah. That's why I keep finding it funny that people are talking about, oh, this game's going to be a Genshin killer. And it's like, that's the bold words to say. Like, that's really bold words to say.
Now comes the most exciting and romantic moment in any drama. The audience challenge. Everyone knows that the mighty masked fool
Oh, this is pretty cute.
change her appearance to look like others. And in this drama, the villain Sparkle has disguised herself as another character. So then, I put to you, which character is it? Also, if you're interested in
yeah.
the locked room case that the memo keeper ignored, you can try out your powers of deduction. I put lots into coming up with the puzzle, so don't let it go to waste. Thus, the masked genius Miss Sparkle has thrown down the gauntlet. All the clues are in motion.
No, it isn't, so. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm going to say this every single time, is that if you want to make a open world anime style, the characters have to look nice in the world. Like, I played Tower Fantasy, and the characters don't feel like it meshes into the world too much. Well, Genshin, it does. You need to, like, have a, front. And also, like you guys, like Kratos says, like, only Genshin kill itself. Or it just finally runs out of steam. But also the other thing I can think could happen is that either,
Memories seem to be different.
the EU and the US, creates a law to make a law anti-gin or a gacha law of some sort. Then it might kill the game. So yeah. That's what I think. So yeah. Because I think there might, I would not be surprised in sometime in the future that there'll be some sort of anti-gacha law in gaming.
Such a crude approach violates my aesthetics of memory. But as a means to an end, I need to put this aside for a more indifferent process.
So yeah. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I dropped off early. It's just more of, it needs. So for like games like that with gacha systems, it can lose people, but if it still has whales playing it, the game can keep going for a long time. Like they were saying that the game was funded for the 10 years for the very first or second year it's been out. So the game probably could go on for a long time. So yeah. And also the game doesn't have to be like new, it just has to do it well. Like most games that come out with a new idea or something, sometimes it doesn't do well, and the next game that comes out and copies the idea, it just does it better. But the prime example is Fortnite, so. Yeah, the posting of raids is one, but I feel that sooner or later they're going to force it that I would assume that they'll force it that you have to give them the main character of the drop after like $200 worth or something. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm more likely I think you would do that compared to the United States, but
evidence strewn all over the
so.
place. We finally caught up with her. But what's that thing? A Bella Boggian trash can? In Penacony?
That's weird.
Dear Memo Keeper and Mr. Coldfeet, you made it. I didn't expect you to skip the final puzzle. That's on me. All right. Miss Sparkle cares not for the faults of ants like me. Come then. This is the final question.
So I could see something else happening, like some magical AI transporting the game into your brain type thing. Could probably just kill off all games, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. That's just a thought.
Listen up. What creature has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs at night?
No murder case this time around?
Sometimes it's nice to take things easy.
So yeah,
Come on,
that's another
Peter,
thought.
give me your answer then.
Since it's a classic puzzle, the answer is people, right?
Wah, wah. Wrong answer. How could it be as boring as that? The correct answer is Sparkle. When sleepy in the morning, she can't get out of bed. She runs about all afternoon in a fluster, so is exhausted by evening, but has to still raise a hand to hold a toothbrush. Poor Sparkle.
That makes no sense to them.
Naturally, she's got 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs at night.
Yeah. I think some games it requires you to I don't know. I think they started adding warnings or something. I forgot what EU law. I think it was the EU that passed something like that. I don't remember.
What the heck was that jibber jabber?
I haven't kept track of that kind of stuff, so. Or just label loot boxes, like you said, loot boxes, gachas, as gambling.
What a cute answer.
And that would like knock off a lot of player base in general.
Thanks for the
I don't think it would like hit the overall
Can't try to fool me
outcome
because
too
he doesn't
much.
Just try to cheat. Wrong answer. Accept your punishment.
I guess I have to fight the trash can. Yeah.
Existence is unity. All will be swept away by the
Yeah,
wind.
that's what I was thinking. Is like I don't buy the toothbrush. So
Time to say bye. Boom. Relax.
the game's clearly telling us something we don't know.
Holy smokes! What's up with this guy? He just came out swinging from nowhere. Huh? No voices? This guy's pretty quiet. Miss, let's hurry up. Flip open the lid and find the girl.
Wait. Don't move.
Yeah. It's like thinking, it's like, are they implying that? That's interesting.
Something's off.
I wouldn't be surprised though.
Miss, you killed Sparkle. How is this possible? How can people die inside Penacony's dreamscape? In the Garden of Recollection. What did you do?
It's a pretty nice image.
You did this, didn't you? Killing people in their dreams.
James.
Only the Remembrance has the powers to do that. You planned it out all from the start because she teased you and was pranking you. You wanted to kill her.
All the thighs. Bro is literally trash.
Oh, I understand. You refused to let me go because you wanted to drag me into all of this. If I don't agree, I'll end up just like she did.
It makes it so bad that it's like Sparkle just plays him so right. Without that much effort because he is that type of character.
There's no death inside Penacony's dreamscape. That's the promise of the family and the blessing of the harmony. Not even a memo keeper can break this barrier. There's no need to take such great pains. If you just want confirmation, I've already told you the answer, Miss Sparkle.
Miss Sparkle? Who are you talking to?
Keeps playing the game.
You. Sparkle has disguised herself as another character. Wouldn't that be you, Mr. Sam?
Yeah. Sparkle has a little screws loose, I guess, or just like messing with people on another level. Clearly.
Don't jump to conclusions.
Like she reminds me of Hutal a bit. It looks like they designed the character off of Hutal, but Hutal's kind of a oddball in it herself.
If you want to accuse me of being Sparkle, you have to provide the evidence. Oh, I'm afraid evidence is a little too hard to come by. So, deduction will do.
It just sounds out of character, though. Just this.
The hint for the final question was a little too obvious.
Oh, you mean the locked room murder? I thought you weren't doing that one.
Yeah.
All the painstaking effort that Miss Sparkle put into it. How could I ever miss it? The key to solving the puzzle lay in two pieces of information put forward by the detectives. First, the large splatter of blood at the crime scene. Second, the victim had been dead for some time. Based on my shallow understanding, I can only draw two conclusions. One is that the murderer did not need to create a locked room case, because a locked room always needs a reason to exist. But, based on the detective's description, this locked room did not delay the discovery of the body. There was no third party at the crime scene to frame, and the blood everywhere didn't look like a faked suicide. That being so, the murderer seems to have no reason for creating a locked room. There is also reason to speculate that if the crime scene was a locked room, then its creator might not necessarily be the murderer. As for my second conclusion, it's even more obvious still. When everyone broke into the scene of the crime, why did the assistant rush off to staunch the blood? A trained professional was somehow happily destroying a crime scene just to save someone who's obviously been dead a while. The answer is simple. It's because the assistant detective is the murderer. At the time, I was in such a hurry that I didn't hear the whole mystery. I tentatively speculated that the murderer had killed the victim the night before, but hadn't locked the door from the inside. And so, when he learned this piece of information, he realized that the victim had created their own locked room mystery. That's why he had to rush to the crime scene as soon as
jeez, I did not know that.
Whether or not the victim left any evidence implicating him. And judging by his behavior,
I remember her a
probably
while
something
back
to do
from
with that canvas. Like some
was that
tiny
teaser
bird.
video?
to be fair.
Of course, this is just a simple mind game. The answer to the puzzle isn't important. Miss Sparkle just wanted to pass on one hint to me. That the murderer is the assistant detective.
Oh, jeez.
Which means it's you, Mr. Sampo.
Oh, that
I've been
reminds me,
using this term of address, but it was you who first came up with it.
I think it was on X or some. Yeah, I think it was on X. I saw that two Genshin Impact leakers got married, which is kind of funny. And then somebody posted in the comments, make sure that was it Mahalo doesn't find out because they'll both get sued.
Has anyone ever told you that you're more like a detective than a memo keeper?
In my opinion, there is no difference between the two. Follow ripples along the surface of the water. Use some abilities and tricks to keep diving deeper, and touch that secret deep inside people's hearts.
Yeah. Two Genshin Impact leakers.
Protect them.
I guess found each other by leaking Genshin stuff and then got married. So, yeah. I guess the bond over leaking stuff from Genshin that brought them together. Yeah.
The truth does not lie. Neither do memories.
Pretty neat to know, though, so.
Exquisite reasoning, and very close to the truth. But I have another answer. Would you like to hear it?
Sure, why not? You have been talking to me all this time.
Another answer?
The great artiste Sparkle locked herself away in her bedroom using red paint to create the semblance of spattered blood everywhere. And that assistant detective who was first on the scene?
Howdy, Ari? I don't know if that's right. Howdy.
Was not the murderer, but rather an accomplice who assisted her in faking her own death.
I have no clue. It'll probably be about the lead characters, right?
What a
Or
pity.
some sort of a Genshin roleplay or something. Or Star Rail roleplay.
So close to the right answer. Unfortunately, the right answer is Miss Sparkle's body.
What?
Sparkle was disguised as
Right as Sparkle's
Sparkle's
bar.
body.
That makes so much sense.
Ding-a-ling! I won!
That's cheating.
Does Miss Sparkle's body even count as a real character?
I would say no, but I guess it does.
Why not? Miss Sparkle's body appeared in all three of those skits just then.
That's true.
It's a little bit forced, but it's fine. So, who is this Mr. Sampo, then?
Beautiful lady, I already confessed everything to you earlier on. I really didn't know a thing. I just helped a friend send a letter. That's all.
Yeah, in quotation marks.
So I've been running a fool's errand this whole time.
Yeah. Has to be.
My dear, why so serious? Haven't you been having a great time? I have, at least. You take memories, and I get joy. We get what we need from each other, seeing as we're such kindred spirits, but also such loners. Why don't you come and work with me? Ooh,
That
we
wink.
can dance ballet together.
Oh? Am I understanding this correctly? A masked fool inviting me to work together.
A show of unprecedented splendor is about to be staged in Penacony. If you're too late to take the stage, you can work behind the scenes. If you want to appreciate this drama, you have to stand up under that spotlight as you take the stage and watch the dancing envelop you. Come with me. This is the best seat in the house.
I don't
Yeah,
really
the smirk and
understand
the
why you're so
wink.
fixated on destroying family barriers. But, as
Oh,
I
yeah.
said before, a memo keeper can't help you.
I like
Frankly,
Sparkle's
above my pay
design,
grade.
so. Above the
Also,
pay grade.
I don't consider you a loner. Oh, I don't mean him, but rather behind you. The one who hired you to come to Penacony probably doesn't want you secretly linking up with other forces, right?
Yeah, clearly. Just
How did you
sneaking up on
know?
us.
Memory is like the deep blue sea. But if you try to catch two fish with one cast, you might not be satisfied with your catch.
So, you mean you're refusing?
Going to get
Memo
ganged up on.
keeper, did you think you could just leave?
Why not?
My dear, I don't want to scare you. You'll know the answer sooner or later. We're just getting to know each other a little today. If you ever change your mind, come find me at the tavern. That is, if you can find me. Let's go, Sampo? Sampo. Who is Sampo?
Does she not know?
This is Bellabog, right?
Oh yeah, the butterfly. Ah,
Ed, why not?
she played a trick on her.
Don't worry. Such a crude approach violates my statics of memory. So once you leave my sight, you'll be able to remember everything again.
I'm just smirking
And
at her.
also, I'm sorry, my dear. My dream dance partner? I've already got sights on someone else.
Let's wink. Oh yeah. Everybody messes with each other.
What a special dream this has been. Did you notice its nested structure? Being part of a play inside the dreamscape is as weird and captivating as being in a dream within a dream.
A dream within a dream. Inception. Oh yeah. Everybody messes with each other. I have to talk about my thoughts.
That's the end of Miss Black Swan's dream bubble. Are you satisfied with your answer? I also found this dream suitably fascinating. You've gained joy from it, and Miss Black Swan surely also feels gratified. Yes? If we meet again, I will pass your esteemed praise on to you. I noticed that the people in your dream were familiar to you. It's worth repeating that dreams are just dreams. And in Penacony, dreams can be processed. or even temporary.
Oh.
Things in our dreams cannot be trusted, let alone someone else's dreamscape. If there's any information that you'd like to confirm, please do so by the cold, hard light of reality. Sweet dreams.
I'm trying to think of a character that I say I definitely hate in either of the games.
Really? I wouldn't do anything to her.
Don't worry about that, Memo Keeper. Let's talk about my thing. I've helped you out with everything you've asked, as agreed. Shouldn't you give my mask back to me now?
Oh my.
Since when did the masked fools suddenly start respecting agreements? Just kidding. I loved seeing that look on your face. Take this key to the tavern cellar, third barrel on the left. You never saw me. But Sampo, after all this time, what made you suddenly want to take back your mask? This doesn't seem like the Sampo I know. Let me guess. A catastrophe is coming to Urello 6. Am I right?
Well, no comment about that. But I love that line you said. If you're too late to take the stage, you can work behind the scenes. That really makes sense.
So he really did go to Pelliconi. I didn't expect that. That makes so much sense now.
Sometimes even an old-timer like me feels like taking the stage and making a fool out of myself.
If you're all out of options, please get in touch with me. I'm the kind of person who values friendship highly.
Forget it. You'll be doing me a favor if you stay away from Bellabog after all the elation that Miss Sparkle sees.
Yeah.
Isn't something old Sempo can stand by. Go tell Giovanni I said hi.
Yeah.
Fine, I'm just spitballing here. Don't take it so seriously. Why so serious?
It sounds something like a Joker would say or something. But yeah. Interesting character. We got a new message. I knew that was going to happen. Hey, he. This is just being able to be. Bring it on. Well, let me look at my next. Okay, she's like a little queen bitch, what?
But she's an entertaining character, though. Oh my, oh my. The correction. Yes, how do I have? All that's left is a bunch of these side quests, I think. Yeah, all these side quests. That was it. To be fair, thinking about it, that they added him to the game. I don't think I have him. What character? Oh, did you see the that they're adding her back to the game? I think in one of the upcoming things, I saw her coming back. Foxian. Yeah, that was an interesting side story. Need to do the other ones. Oh, yeah. I don't know what patch it's coming in, though. I don't know. I think it's a patch after this one, I think, maybe. I'm not going to bother with that. Yeah, she's not actually dead. It's like, are they going to reuse this character? I hope they do. But I think it was like an impersonation or something. Where am I going? Need to go click that. I wish I could do Kafka's side story again. So yeah.
Oh, is that a sting?
Ever since March started learning swordplay from Yan Cheng and Yun Li, her voice has been absent on the Express.
Jeez.
I wonder how well she's progressing. Where has she been these days?
I didn't do this one. I just want to say who's March 7th. Oh yeah. I think this is around the time when I crammed in all the previous story stuff because I haven't played in a while.
Where is it at? But to be fair, it's like, are they going to use, well, didn't two of the characters die off in this story in Penacony? So are they going to reuse them ever again, or they're just gone forever? I clicked the wrong one, didn't I? I was confused why I was in the wrong place. What is she doing here?
Let me show you a trick.
Confused by a she there.
There you are. I was looking around before you got here. I already looked everywhere, but March 7th is nowhere to be found. Forget it. Let's just assume she successfully skipped class. Actually, she's been quite diligent in her swordplay practice and hasn't taken many breaks lately. I think she deserves a day off. Besides, I used to skip classes even more than her back when I was still learning.
Oh my.
If I was in the mood, I could train for 3 days straight. But if I wasn't in the mood, none of my seniors could find me. So, I can understand where she's coming from. Don't make excuses for her.
Well, I can't make excuses for her.
Since you're here, let me treat you to some tasty food. I'm more interested in you today. Let's walk and talk.
Following another short
Let's say
stack
there's
here.
tasty food in Arum Alley. Let's go
She's
there.
running. This is not walking.
Even Steve buns. The buns are huge. Just a few.
A table for two, please.
All right, come on in. What would you like?
Well, we'll have one of everything on the menu.
This feels familiar for some reason. Deja vu.
The
I think I heard.
entire menu?
I heard this before.
Do you think it'll be enough? Don't worry, I've got enough money with me.
My, all the food.
Well, then I'll start making a few dishes, and if you need more, just let me know.
Thank you. No, I've thought about it. She deserves a day off.
Day off.
Yeah, I mean, not too much, actually. Grandpa said to never be stingy when it comes to making friends. So, how big is your appetite? Then eat to your heart's content.
Worried that she bought too much food.
Well, to be more precise, I'm interested in your sword. Yanqing mentioned you before. He said that you're not to be underestimated, and that your weapon has a unique shape.
Is she talking about the bat or lance? Wait, she's cooking literally.
I've always been curious about your sword. How the weight is distributed, what material it's made of, whether it contains any special ingenia, and what kind of sword techniques you use.
It's not a sword, it's a baseball bat.
Seriously? A bat?
Hey, yeah.
Oh my. Trusted companion and bat.
So, it really is a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Grandpa said that a sword doesn't have to be constrained by its shape, so, in a sense, your bat is a sword too. He also said that a weapon mimics its master, so your bat actually reflects your habits and nature, you know?
Well, to be honest, medieval times, the knights just basically, used their swords as bludgeoning weapons. So, because the armor's so heavy, or, thick and stuff, that it's really hard to actually kill somebody in armor. So they just use as bludgeoning weapons. Yeah.
Let me guess. You're someone who doesn't follow the rules, enjoys improvising, and can handle yourself well against tough foes. Am I right?
Spot on. Oh yeah, halberds are OP. Well, like,
You always say something silly
maces
like,
are really
"Rules made to
strong.
be broken."
Like, you basically just, yeah, maces and clubs. Really strong against armor. Halberds are, like, really good against people with, like, no armor, but still, you still have range on people, so that's also a difference, so.
I've come across so many sword wielders who acted all righteous and moral, but were really just liars. Their swords always told the truth, though. They told me that their wielders were just a bunch of frauds who relied on their divine weapons for everything.
Ah, jeez.
I've hunted down hundreds of swords like this so far, and every single one of them has been melted down.
Oh, that's sad, though.
Yes, but only for those who cross the line. Melting their swords is my way of protecting those weapons.
Jesus Zoro's sister.
But just looking at a sword is not enough.
I forgot, does she like it?
Words and expressions can be deceiving, but in a fight to the death,
Has poor directional skills.
sword movements never lie. The war dance is just around the corner. You'll be participating, right?
Miss Yoon Lee, for talented sword masters like you, the war dance is a perfect opportunity to show off your skills and make a name for yourself.
Oh yeah. I have no clue. I don't think so. She just wields a really big sword, so. And this is supposed to be like a Chinese area. Howdy, King.
But for people like her who have already made significant contributions to the Xianzhou, they maybe don't need to prove themselves on the war dance stage. It has been a while, Miss Nameless.
And you are?
Thank you for your introduction, Miss Nameless.
Yeah.
I'm Shi Kuei, and I work in the Palace of Astrum as the secretary for the Helmmaster.
Who's this guy?
I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I happened to hear you discussing the war dance. And since this person is an old acquaintance, I thought I'd come and say hello. Yes, with the war dance approaching, many guests from afar are pouring in. Mr. Pavo here is one of them. He's from the distant planet Kalevala.
Yeah, very NPC, going to die first looking dude. I have no clue what are you talking about Netflix for?
Mr. Pavo's planet recently joined the Pan-Cosmic Trade System. He brought his delegation here this time, not only for business, but also to return something that belongs to the Xianzhou.
Miss Shi Kuei, The word gift is perhaps more fitting than return. While it did once belong to the Xianzhou,
You're really rich
there's many
NPC.
tribulations to be able to deliver it here, so it should be considered a gift.
I apologize for my poor choice of words. Mr. Pavo's delegation brought a legendary Xianzhou sword that had been lost for centuries. General Huayan plans to personally thank them at the Palace Astrum and present the sword as a prize to the champion of the war dance. Mr. Pavo and I were actually on our way there. Since you two were talking so enthusiastically about the war dance, maybe you'd be interested in joining us at the Palace of Astrum?
Bum, 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 bum.
Nice to meet you both. The journey to the Xianzhou Lafu wasn't an easy one, but the scenery here is worth it. Once the formalities at the Palace of Astrum are finished, I'll find a quiet spot on this street and plant a seedling. And then my mission will be complete.
Yeah, it's something about a gift or something. It's like, okay, this is like some sort of plot-rated thing. It's like, okay. Sort of getting what it is. This rich guy donates something. Coin flip if he becomes evil or not later. Coin flip. That's usually what happens, right? I'm assuming he's from Penacony. by what he's wearing.
The Sword of Heroes will finally be returned to its rightful owners. I
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
be happier. Oh, you're interested in my home planet? That's great.
Somewhere
Your
else.
Excellency is welcome to visit
But
us.
he's still just like Penacony, it feels like.
Even though the trade route just opened, it still might take around 200 system hours to get there from Pier Point. But our planet is really great. Sure, it's a bit cold and the food is a bit repetitive and our houses aren't as fancy as those on Pier Point, but that doesn't matter. We've discovered massive supernium deposits, and we're on the path to prosperity.
Oh my.
Oh, you mean the Mieka Kivesa? It's an incredible sword. That weapon helped the legendary heroes of my homeland slay demons. That is highly revered. It also has the power to choose monarchs. All the ancient kings of Kalevala received a sign from the sword, showing they were worthy to rule the land. According to tradition, each monarch would plunge the sword into a stone, and only a hero recognized by the sword could pull it out and ascend to the throne next.
The King Arthur type thing.
Well, those are just legends from the past. No one today has witnessed it firsthand. Well, times have changed, and now that we have a council in place, the idea of a sword crowning a king has become a joke. Besides, it wasn't a native of Kalevala who last pulled out the sword and recognized its connection to the Xianzhou ship. It was a visitor from afar. While the sword holds great historical significance for Kalevala, it doesn't truly belong to our world. The old-timers on council had a heated debate about whether to return the sword. They eventually unanimously agreed to let the Mieka Kivesa return to where it truly belongs. That's the best possible outcome.
I'm assuming the sword gets stolen at this point.
It's an honor to have so many people witness the sword's homecoming.
Let's head to the Palace of Astrum together. Hmm? I know, right? Thanks to March 7th skipping class, we get to join in on the fun. Grandpa always asks me to go look at swords with him.
Hey.
He hasn't said anything about this one. It's really weird.
Because it's not a sword.
But now that we're invited, let's go and check it out.
Dumplings and steamed pop.
Teleportation.
Oh, is that a stain? I like this coat.
There you are. Come on. Let's go to the ceremony together.
Her voice reminds me of somebody.
Like, that moment there almost sounded like, Amelia Watson from Hollow Live for some reason. I could just be imagining things. Oh, he's here.
Please allow me to offer a sincere compliment to my fair lady. Your beauty is as pure as a snow-white iris. Well, if it isn't my dear friend, glad to meet you again.
Yeah.
Who is this weirdo?
Beauty. Yeah, I must be tripping.
I am Argenti, a member of the Knights of Beauty. I was invited as a part of the Kalevala delegation to escort the legendary Mieka Kivesa back to the Cienjo. May I have the honor of knowing your name?
My name is Yun Li.
What a beautiful name. I wonder if you have ever heard the holy name of the pure and flawless goddess of Mila.
Oh, you're here, Yun Li. Didn't expect you to be so well informed. Well,
It's this
since you're here,
coincidence.
don't forget your manners.
Manners. Come on. You won't find another granddaughter as polite and well-behaved as me.
Clearly.
Well, just remember this is a very serious ceremony. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Mr. Pavo. Now, let the sword gifting ceremony begin.
Before the ceremony officially commences, I want to express my gratitude to the Knight Argenti. Thank you for enlightening us about the sword's origin and for escorting it here safely so that we may complete this ceremony. On behalf of the Kalevalan delegation, I, Pavel Kalistaya, am here to return the legendary Mieka Kifesa to the Cienjo Alliance, its rightful homeland.
I'm truly grateful for Kalevala's noble act of returning the sword and for the Knight of Beauty's chivalry. Now, as we gather here on the Cienjo Lafu, I officially welcome the sword back to its homeland, Mieka Kivesa. It's a fitting name for a sword with such a legendary past. I still remember the name engraved on this sword the day it was forged, Gu Yin. It was forged by Han Guang, a craftsman from the Zhu Ming's Flame Wheel Forge.
Wait. Hongguang?
Who's that?
Although its blade is worn and cracked, its essence remains as resilient as the Cienjo Cloud Knights. All it needs is some repairs and polishing by the skilled craftsmen of the Artisanship Commission to regain its former glory.
Yeah, choo-choo.
I've decided to entrust this sword, Gu Yin, to the Lawfu Artisanship Commission for restoration. Furthermore, it will serve as the prize for the champion of the Lawfu War. This sword will be wielded against abominations to protect our homeland and live up to the mission of the Kalevalan delegation that returned.
Makes so much more sense. Oh, this is not like the ending ceremony. This was like before the big fight in the tournament earlier, I guess. So
Thank you, General. It is an honor for Kalevala.
I see you staring really hard at the sword
Now,
earlier.
esteemed knight and delegation members, please head to the Artisanship Commission.
That makes so much more sense now.
No! This sword was forged by Hongguang.
Yun Li, these esteemed guests have brought back your father's work. Where
She
are
wants
your
the
manners?
weapon.
Oh, I didn't realize this sword was actually forged by your father. Returning it to its rightful owner is,
Grandpa, give me that cursed sword right now. I'll melt away the remnants of that man's curse once and for all.
Oh, she wants it melted.
Don't be rude, Yun Li. apologize to our esteemed guests from afar.
Oh, yeah. Though her reaction to the sword now makes so much more sense.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making a scene, but I have to melt down this cursed sword. I won't let it fall into anyone else's hands.
Well then. Her journey of just melting her father's swords.
Yunli, please, go for now.
It makes so much sense that he didn't tell her about it. He's looking at the sword again.
This is exactly why I didn't want Yunli to know about this. I didn't want to create trouble, but trouble found its way here anyway.
Yeah.
Perhaps it really is divine intervention. Could you, please, keep an eye on Yunli for me? That is a tall order, but I'm counting.
Yeah, the plot thickens.
I apologize for the unfortunate interruption. Let us move on with the ceremony.
Well, to be fair, it's not like a huge ceremony, I guess. It's just returning of a sword, I guess. So a kind of weird place to have a ceremony.
Unless I'm mistaken, Yunli should be around here somewhere.
Yeah. There she is. She just needs some pats on the head.
Did Grandpa send you to look for me? I bet he did. Really?
Well, that's true, though.
Thank you. Just so you know, I'm here just waiting for the perfect moment to snatch that sword. And once I have it, I'll melt it down before anyone can react.
Oh
Don't
my.
even think about stopping me. No.
No one needs to.
Grandpa sent you here. Surely he doesn't want you to help me. Have you heard of cursed swords? That sword is one.
I bet that was the sword that was chooses the kings of that one planet.
You've clearly heard a lot of folktales. But that's not the kind of cursed sword I'm talking about. A cursed sword lets anyone, even a complete novice, wield it with insane skill. Just by holding the hilt, even the weakest rookie can brandish it with incredible speed and strength.
That sounds OP.
I'm not joking around. And I'm not making up some crazy story. While a cursed sword grants instant abilities to its wielder, it comes at a cost. It's like continuously adding fuel to the forge. With each swing, the sword drains the wielder's blood and essence. Day by day, the fuel will run out, leaving nothing but an empty husk. Soon enough, it will no longer be a person wielding a sword, but a mindless, killing machine, consumed by bloodlust and murderous thoughts.
It reminds me of a lot of like cursed weapons of sorts.
I wonder if you've ever heard of a creature called a heliobus.
Heliobus.
It loves to feed on human emotions and memories, and excels at manipulating its hosts. There was a lunatic swordsmith who infused metal blades with heliobi, as he was obsessed with turning weapons into living things. And this is how cursed swords were made.
Interesting. That's a weird... Not weird, it's an interesting plot twist, I guess. Improvisation, the weapons.
I know, I shouldn't have caused a scene at the sword gifting ceremony. But I've thought this through. If I don't make a fuss now, that cursed sword will cause a whole lot more trouble. So it's better if it's me causing the trouble.
But shouldn't repairing the sword dilute the sword's ability? Or I could be wrong. Just a thought.
By the way, aren't they supposed to be taking the sword to the Artisanship Commission for repairs? Why haven't they come out yet?
They're going
Any
to the
ideas?
back. Yeah, she didn't think of that.
Looks like they're not going to show up here. I'll just head straight to the Artisanship Commission.
Yeah. Well, it's most likely like a ghost-like thing possessing a weapon or something like that.
It doesn't matter why
So-
Grandpa chose that sword. I won't let it fall into anyone else's hands. I'll track down every single sword he forged and melt them down one after another. Just like I've been doing all these years.
Yeah, you could speed up the
I have to
process.
go now.
Is she planning to sneak into the Artisanship Commission and steal that sword? Maybe I should keep an eye on her.
Yeah.
The Artisanship
Yeah, she
Commission
just
is
told me
so
plan, so it's basically follow her.
Where could she be?
Just a while ago, a girl came up to me, all fierce and demanding directions. She said she's a member of the Artisanship Commission. Do you know her?
No idea who she is. If she really works here, how can she not know her way around?
Yeah, she wasn't big at all, but that weapon of hers was pretty intimidating.
She was in a hurry, heading straight for the Artisanship Commission, and I didn't want to ask too many questions.
She said something like, "I'm a member of the Artisanship Commission. Where do you keep your precious stuff?"
That sounds like a
I
thief.
got scared and pointed her toward Master Gongshu's warehouse, where he stores his arumatons.
Wait, why did you give her directions? What if she's planning to steal something?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just yell at people, tell them
Like
to
I
give
said,
you
She was headed straight for the warehouse, where all the valuable
correct,
arumatons are.
correct
Look,
directions.
that place is filled with Master Gongshu's precious arumatons. I bet they'll give her a hard time.
Or destroy everything. I think destroy everything is a more optimal ending. Yeah.
What are you doing here? Look, if I get into trouble, it's my problem. I don't want to drag you into it. Fine. Let's smash these metal cans first. Then we can talk.
A fight.
I don't know. Time to say bye. Boom. Relax.
I wonder, well, saying that the sword was available later, I don't think she ends up destroying it. Or does she replace
All will be
it?
swept away by the wind.
It's kind of like spoiling the story, but still. Seeing that the main story before doing this, so. Oh yeah, that could be the other option, purifying it. Or she finds out that either the age of the sword or how much it's been used, it's not like
That was the
working
last thing.
anymore
Thank you for helping me out.
properly.
This place is heavily guarded, but there's nothing but automatons. Where
She
is the
destroyed them all.
arsenal? Seems like not even those craftsmen know where the arsenal is. At this rate, we won't find anything. And Grandpa might take me away before I can do anything.
Just destroy everything.
You're not really here to help me. You're here to stop me, right? No. It's not. Grandpa made a promise to the delegation, and going back on his word would tarnish his reputation and make things difficult for the Lofu.
That would make an imitation sword.
Leaving that cursed sword here will also make things difficult for the Lofu. So all things considered, the best outcome is for me to melt that sword down and take all the blame. You probably think I'm being impulsive and unreasonable, right? Hey, I'm not always like this. It's all because of that cursed
True.
sword.
Yeah. Or there was no sword in the first place. I was looking at the knight just staring at the box repeatedly, so there must be something wrong with the box, or the sword itself.
Look. I owe you an explanation. But this isn't the best place to talk. We need to find somewhere else. Let me be clear, though. I'm still pretty riled up. This is just a temporary break.
Yeah, 5-minute break.
I already told you about Guyan. The sword that was returned during the ceremony. It's a cursed sword, with a heliobus inside. And Hongguang, the swordsmith who forged it, is my father. I rarely mention his name to anyone other than Grandpa. Maybe, like you said, I've been avoiding having to talk about him. But as long as my mission to hunt down cursed swords continues, it's impossible to avoid the topic forever. For some reason, I feel like I can open up to you.
Yeah, because I'm the main character.
Honestly, I don't remember much about him. All I know is that the Pyrogyre Forge used to be a bustling place, with people from all over coming to get one of his swords. They called him the greatest master craftsman since Yingxing. I didn't catch all the details, but I do remember seeing him forge those amazing swords, while the visitors watched with smiles on their faces.
This text doesn't really
I
work
used to
well
believe
for
that
this
craftsmen
image.
brought happiness to others. The swords crafted by the Pyrogyre Forge are famed across the stars. They possess exceptional sharpness and invincibility. With these legendary weapons, even ordinary people can become skilled warriors. capable of overcoming the most formidable opponents. But then, he became obsessed with becoming a famed swordsmith, and started crossing all sorts of lines. He forged cursed swords that should never exist. And all those people who desired those twisted swords started flooding into the palace.
Just crossing the line.
However, just like Grandpa said, those who excel with the sword will eventually suffer by it.
Agreed.
The palace was overrun with visitors from afar. Some left empty-handed. Others got swords that didn't fulfill their desires. And some even resorted to stealing. And in the midst of all the chaos my father created, he ended up being stabbed by one of the swords he forged.
The irony.
It was so sudden and unexpected. Everything went silent for a moment. All I could hear was the sound of bones breaking and blood pouring out. I was frozen in place, unable to move. It was only when my mother pushed me away from the deadly swing of the cursed sword that I managed to escape. I don't remember much after that, except for the pounding of my heart and the sound of my own gasps of breath. I could hear the smiths in the pyrogyre forge shouting, "Run away, Yunli!" and the screams of agony. My tears wouldn't stop, and I couldn't see anything. I kept gasping for air until I collapsed in a pool of blood. If General Huayan hadn't arrived in time, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you now. After that, General Huayan took me in and treated me like his own granddaughter. To me, he is 100 times better than my sinful father. He taught me forging and swordsmanship. Han Guang paid for his sins, but his troubled legacy must not go unchecked. According to the records, he forged a total of 1,382 Heliobus cursed swords, and 182 of them had unique designs.
That's a lot of them. A lot of them.
When I joined the Pyrogyre Forge for training, I made a vow to hunt
He's been
down
busy.
all those cursed swords. So far, I found 312 of them, and Guyan will be my 313th.
Yeah, she's not even hitting the 1,000. She would have like over 1,000 still left to go.
Like all the other cursed swords, I'll separate it from the Heliobus. Then, I'll melt it down and make it part of the Blade of Forged Remnants.
Oh, she's just melting into her sword.
I've said my piece now. Even though it'll be tough for Grandpa, I still have to melt down the sword.
That's no problem, it's no problem. I'm going to sleep. Are you being tired, Chaos King? But yeah, that's a lot of swords to go.
So, you're saying, even though Grandpa knew it was a cursed sword, he still chose it to be a prize because he thought it wouldn't cause any trouble?
Yeah, there must be something wrong with the sword.
No matter how I think about it, something is definitely off.
Oh, yeah.
Grandpa didn't tell me anything about the ceremony. You must be hiding something.
That, or it's not a cursed sword and you just want to burn your father's work. Or melt your father's work. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, it's 11 for me, so it's a bit late for some people, depending on where you live.
To him now? No way. At least not today. Maybe tomorrow. Somehow, after talking to you, I feel like I've cooled off a bit.
To be fair, talking about certain problems will vary your mood. Generally.
Well, I'll have an honest conversation with Grandpa tomorrow. And I won't take any action against Gu Yun until he gives me his reasons.
Ah, jeez, that sucks. You need some magic to put yourself to sleep.
Yeah. I shouldn't have done that in a public place.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll catch up tomorrow.
Well, it's obviously he did that, didn't tell her on purpose, so I would think the grandpa was doing something. Like, he could have, like she said, just remove the heliobus from the sword so it's not a cursed sword anymore. Or, like, my other option is that it's not a cursed sword in the first place, it's just his father's work. Magic, I don't know.
I should go back to the Palace of Astrum and tell General Huayan what happened at the Artisanship Commission.
We return back to normal in disguise. Here. Yeah. There he is. Decoration.
My granddaughter didn't cause any trouble.
Wait, do I have magic? I don't know if I have magic. I don't know, my magic doesn't work all the time, so...
Sorry for all this trouble. Yun Li told you quite a bit. Now it's time for this old man to tell my side of the story.
He's probably telling us the truth.
Han Guang was my beloved disciple. A rare genius not seen in the Pyrogyre Forge since Yingxing. However, talent can sometimes be a curse. He had an unusual fervor for forging, and he dreamed of forging a sword with self-awareness that surpassed that of humans. He believed it would make warriors invincible without any training.
I don't know, maybe I have amnesia and just lost my memory of my magic. That can happen, right? Plot twist suddenly.
According to him, while weapons of mass destruction like Ju-Ming flames and alchemical arrows can destroy many enemies, true victory lies with soldiers who fearlessly fight, ready to lay their lives on the line.
Truth's true.
Usually,
how do you know that's impossible?
Infuse a basic level of awareness into their swords to make them easier to wield. But even then, soldiers need to experience countless battles to overcome fear and sharpen their instincts. So... by infusing Heliobi into swords, he managed to forge weapons that could grant their wielders strength and valor, and even make decisions for them. However, weapons are different from regular tools. They are meant to kill, plain and simple.
Wait, pat. Oh my, I have to bring you out then. Yeah. Well, this conversation just reminds me of like AI attached to weapons and stuff. He's talking about, or with you're talking about YouTube chat with King, but yeah, he's doing I am saying that I don't remember having magic. But yeah, this reminds me of AI type things. Or the concept of AI and weapons.
After countless battles, all the anger, fear, and bloodlust are
And
soaked up by
pats.
the heliobi within the
That's all
swords.
he wants.
The soldiers wielding them not only gain strength, but they also become consumed by the malice, turning them into puppets possessed by the swords.
Yeah. Not really interested. Sentient weapon can always go wrong, to be honest.
No matter how noble Hongwan's intentions were, those weapons, soaked in blood, turned into cursed swords eventually.
Especially when the only purpose is destruction. So it feels like a multi-purpose, but you don't really make a weapon that's multi-purpose though. You just want the pat. I'll give you a pat. Yeah, King. There. Pat. But yeah. I think that's the idea, the issue. Yeah, of AI and
Later,
weapons and stuff.
Outworlders got wind of what he was doing and encouraged him to keep forging cursed swords. They came up with all sorts of reasons, from taking back their kingdoms to slaying demons.
Yeah. I was reading and there was I think the military had to cut the little program short because or at least the scenario because so the AI was supposed to, I think, target artillery or something, but it was designed that a human has the final say of destroying the target, and eventually the AI decided that the person that gives the okay or not is a threat to the mission, so it starts targeting the person that says yes or no. So that's where it went. So they had to cut that short. And that doesn't include the one scenario where the I think it was the Marines had to sneak up on the AI bot, but the AI's recognition was really bad. So it can't recognize so you know Marigold Salad, the box trick? Yeah, it couldn't recognize the guy in the box sneaking up on them. If you do cartwheels, it couldn't recognize you either. There's like a bunch of things that the AI couldn't recognize a person sneaking up because they were doing something weird. If it was like walking or something, it would recognize the person. But if it was like doing something like stupid, it says, oh, I have no clue what's that. Was the guy doing a cartwheel? I haven't seen that before. That's perfectly normal. Or the guy in a box. I think there was like something else that was ridiculous too, and that also counted of them a bot not showing up. It's like, yeah. So.
And you know what happened next.
Yeah.
That massacre took her parents' lives, and the lives of many craftsmen in the Pyrogyre Forge. Yun Li managed to survive, but she couldn't escape the horrors of that day.
Yeah, that would induce a lot of trauma, I would think. I'm trying to remember the other weird AI stuff that I've heard about combat scenario type thing, but I think those are like the two main ones. Generally. I've seen a lot of movies and stuff talk about it, but... So yeah.
Yes. I don't want her to spend her whole life trapped under her father's shadow. She doesn't deserve to carry the weight of his mistakes.
Yeah, well, current AI is based on libraries and stuff, and if something... Well, I don't think it's libraries, I think there's a proper term, but if it's not like set up correctly or it's not detailed enough, things will fall through the cracks. So,
Despite her vow to hunt down and wipe
So.
out all cursed swords, fulfilling that vow requires immense effort.
I wouldn't be surprised if
The swords is like finding a needle in a haystack.
somebody like T-pose just wobbles to the AI thing, and then that doesn't trigger the detection. So yeah, 1,000 swords is 1,000 plus swords is going to take a
And
lifetime.
to reclaim those swords, she has to duel the bloodthirsty wielders, teetering on the edge of life and death. She has taken back over 300 cursed swords and has suffered the same number of fatal wounds.
Yeah. Well, that's the issue with self-driving cars not detecting certain things, and then running things over or hitting people or some stuff like that. Like there's like a few instances, but like imagine that if some bizarre reason a giraffe escapes a zoo and the self-driving car is just driving and says, "I've never seen a giraffe before, so I'm going to just keep going." Type of deal.
I took her in
So.
to give her a chance at a normal child.
That also reminds me of the other stupid thing I heard. So I'll eventually think the self-driving car will be a thing, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon that I would be willing to sit in it. Like currently, no, I would not have a self-driving car drive me around. And I also would prefer if all cars were self-driving at that point then, so I don't have to worry about other people cutting me off because it'll be all the computers doing it. But yeah. To be fair, it's like, I don't think it'll be anytime soon. It'll be like... probably when I'm really old and I don't care about like, oh well, I don't feel like driving. I'm like X age anyway, so if I die, I die. I guess that's the scenario at that point, thinking about it. So there's a story, I think it was in California. They have those self-driving taxis. Oh, yeah. But the entire world, there'll be two issues of like off-roading and stuff will be an issue with GPS. Yeah, they're making, there's already a self-driving taxis in California. And so the self-driving taxis, I think sometimes at midnight start honking at each other, and this lady has like a live stream just showing them just honking at each other, and they don't know why, but I say they're just communicating to each other, not whatever they're doing, because I think they're programmed if the car's too close to honk at each other, and they're in a parking lot, all parked, so this is randomly at night, or like at 3 in the morning, cars just honking. Imagine just living next to that place. Like, I think there's like 20 cars there, all honking. Oh, there's also issues with police officer pulled over a self-driving car and he didn't know what to do. He stood there and it's like, what did I do in this situation? Because there's no passenger. So he went back to his car to do something, I guess, and the car started trying to leave. So it's trying to break the law or something. So that's like another stupid thing. It's like, oh really? Like, who are you going to give this ticket to? The company, I guess? I would assume the company, but it's like, who's to blame if the car hits somebody? The company? So who's going to go to jail for the company at that point? It's like, okay, you're going to throw the car in jail, I guess? Let's make another one? I don't know. That just seems really weird. And a giant blah. Because before there was like the self-driving delivery things, but those didn't go so well, I think. I don't know. It's more of the rich area in California, I guess.
Even if she manages to melt down all the
Then
cursed swords,
Elon Musk is building the self-driving van thing. Like you mentioned, Chaos King. There's a few other places. I forget the name of the company, but they're making the self-driving semi-truck, if I remember, that's electric powered. and I can see issues with that. Like, electric vehicle is like 3 times the weight of a normal car, so. Oh yeah, I can imagine that too. Well, I think also Elon Musk was trying to make a self-driving car, or was it somebody else for like 30K? What? They just keep discussing this until 3 a.m.? What?
Gu Yin is indeed one of the cursed swords forged by Han Guang.
Yeah, but all that AI stuff's pretty interesting.
Very few swordsmiths could use Heliobai as
Yeah.
forging material, and Han Guang was one of
Well,
them.
isn't that also a self-driving car? That just sounds like a limo if you can fit 12 people.
I thought this sword could be an opportunity. I wanted
Oh,
to
yeah.
tell her that her
I'm not
father
surprised.
wasn't all evil. That even
I
a
think
man
Apple
who
dropped
resents
their
so much
self-driving
managed to forge
program.
a true sword hero.
Fair share of opinions. So.
I also wanted to find a chance to tell her about the history.
Well, I have my
and
own
origin
car,
of
and
this sword,
I'm.
but not during the ceremony.
So my car has auto censoring or auto centering on. So if I go too far to one side, it either beeps or like tries to recenter my vehicle. Which I don't really notice now, but I notice the beeping only, which doesn't happen too often. So.
I've instructed the Artisanship Commission to keep the sword safe in the arsenal. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask the people involved.
Yeah, I think I would feel nervous if my car was self-driving and there was a steering wheel, to be honest. And even without a steering wheel, I'd probably feel slightly nervous. I thought there was already bendable phones. Like bendable screens on phones. So I wouldn't want a phone that you could just bend because eventually the crease will wear out or something, I assume. Unless it's made of like special liquid or something. Ah. Oh, yeah.
Since my granddaughter mentioned talking to me tomorrow, I'll be waiting for her. By the way, you watched over her for quite some time. You must be exhausted, aren't you? I'll be
Oh, yeah.
you then.
Amazing grammar skills. Well, like I said, that was it this game with the phone stuff reminds me of
Class skipping March
.hack GUs or .hack stuff, so. Oh, yeah, I can imagine that. A lot of people got into issues or seen people recorded them falling asleep at the Teslas, so. Which I find is kind of insane. I just have to leave the palace. Next day arrives. I'm actually on the train. I just assumed that's what you'd say if you answered my phone. Hugs. So yeah. It's no problem, it's no problem. Yeah, I think that's like one of my more favorable mechanics of this game.
All right, everyone is here. It's time for questioning.
You
I
need...
wouldn't be the
I'm
Agent
sure you
Beauty
understand
stole it.
why the official called you here, right?
Yeah? But I didn't steal the sword.
Now is not the time to use your reputation like that.
Yeah, I know, it's not the time, I
If
just
we don't
wanted to.
recover the sword, we will be breaking our promise to the lawful and betraying the delegation. We're counting on you to find the truth, official Daha.
Yeah. A lot of things in life.
Yes. It's my duty to thoroughly investigate the case. Even though Yunli is firm in her words, we can't just rely on her testimony.
After everything, the sword still got stolen.
Is she more mad that it got stolen, or she's being
Should have given it to
suspected?
me from the beginning.
Yeah.
In this case of Gu Yun's theft, everyone involved seems suspicious to some extent. Miss Yunli is the main suspect. First, during the sword gifting ceremony, Yunli openly expressed her intention to steal the sword. She even mentioned it multiple times. After the ceremony, she broke into the Artisanship Commission and destroyed Arumatons in an attempt to get the sword. Am I right?
I would have no... Yeah, I would have no clue. I am not you anyway, so...
That's true.
The Realm Keeping Commission inspected the arsenal where Gu Yun was stored, and there were no signs of forced entry through the doors or windows. The only possible entrance or exit was a small window gap.
Yeah, it's like, I really wanted to steal it. Now I'm angry that somebody stole it. How dare they?
Hey! It's just a theft.
It's just a theft.
The box containing Gu Yun was opened and the sword went missing. But none of the other swords in the room were touched. Which means...
Well,
No
I
problem,
do
no problem.
know about the box and the cursed sword.
Exactly. The suspect had a clear motive and took only Gu Yun.
Oh my. Clear motive.
So, besides the ceremony participants, only the delegation members had access to the sword.
Yeah.
In that case, why would they return it to the Xianzhou in the first place?
Hey.
That makes sense. The delegation, led by the Knight of Beauty, delivered
Knight
the
of
sword
Beauty.
to the Artisanship Commission. Craftsmen who received it testified that they didn't take anything from the arsenal. Argenti? Oh, that Knight of Beauty. He was with the delegation when they handed over the sword to the Artisanship Commission.
I'm assuming he stole it. How he was glancing over, foreshadowing earlier I told you about. Alright, Crypto, until we meet again. And I think I'd pass on hugging in real life. I'm not a hugging type of person, I think. Until we meet again.
You might not know, but he's the one who recognized the sword's origin on Kalevala and escorted it back to the Xianzhou. In other words, he's the one who made it possible for the sword to come home.
True. I still think he stole it.
So, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to bring it to the Law Fu if he wanted to keep the sword for himself, right? Master Gongshu checked the work records, and I questioned all the craftsmen and apprentices who were on shift at the time. But I didn't
Well, it's
find
true,
any
true. I'm
suspicious
not. I
individuals.
don't think I'm a huggy person in real life.
So, did you steal it?
No, I didn't.
Then stop joking around.
I just wanted to be a butt.
I can prove that she came to me after leaving the Artisanship Commission, so she couldn't have stolen the sword.
To put it simply, not everyone who's seen the sword has been to the Artisanship Commission, and not everyone who might want the sword has seen it. So, the only remaining suspect is Miss Yoon Lee.
Fair enough.
So,
I didn't steal the sword.
Pet.
well, when you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. If you want to prove me wrong, you better come up with some solid evidence.
Let me gather my thoughts. I need to help Yoon Lee clear her name. Did we miss any clues?
Clues. Isn't this kind of obvious? I told you that it was him that stole it.
Why is this flower petal inside the case? So, the thief took the sword from the case without picking the lock?
Oh, am I? You can't help it.
Yoon
I think I
Lee
have to
said
talk
she
to
didn't
everyone.
steal the sword, and I am willing to believe her. But I know well that Yoon Lee can be impulsive.
Everybody
So if
needs
she
to.
did steal
I
the
guess
sword on a
that's
whim,
true.
I won't show her any favors. You were with Yoon Lee yesterday, young lady, so you have the best chance to prove her innocence. Is there anything you need to ask me? No, she was still mad at me, so she didn't come by. If she had come with you, she wouldn't be a suspect right now. After the ceremony, Argenti carried the sword case, and together with the delegation, they were escorted by the Cloud Knights to the Artisanship Commission. The artisan there confirmed that the sword was safely stored. I'm counting on you then.
Counting on me.
If you've found any clues, feel free to tell everyone. All right. Come back.
Yes, I received your message yesterday and went to the arsenal to check on it. But when I went back this morning, all that was left was the case. I don't know anything else, so asking more questions won't help, I'm afraid. However, as the Master Artisan of the Artisanship Commission, I've got to clarify something.
Oh my, you
Even though
love
the sword was
huggy,
stolen, this commission
touchy
is
feeling
still
person.
highly secure. Wait, no. I just remembered. My precious arumatons were smashed!
I don't want to make things difficult for official Dahao. Let's do this his way and prove my innocence. If I can find that cursed sword, I can prove my innocence right away. Well, don't blame me if I find it first. And melt it down. There's something else bothering me. Why would the thief take the sword, but leave the case behind? Did they melt down the sword like I wanted to? I mean, carrying around the sword like that would be pretty conspicuous. Wouldn't a thief prefer to take the case as well?
I don't think so. I would think not. Have their own case or something.
Who could have thought that the Mieka Kivesa would be stolen? And that the prime suspect is General Huayan's granddaughter?
True.
Regardless, we've accomplished our mission, and now it's the Xianzhou's problem. By the way, why did that girl call it a cursed sword? It's quite upsetting. That's enough, young lady. Let me get something straight. On Kalevala, this sword has always been highly revered. The first master of the Mieka Kivesa slew countless demons and then passed it down to a line of wise monarchs. The monarchs would heed the guidance of the hero spirits within the sword and gain insight into defeating their enemies. What is, Helio? What? Never mind. The point is that the Mieka Kivesa did help the ancestors of Kalevala build a strong foundation. It's definitely not a cursed sword.
Maybe it's a good sword, actually.
If you've found any clues, feel free to tell everyone.
Thank you. But I'm not sure if I can convince Mr. Da how.
100% sure. Fine. Let me go through my reasoning again, and you can interrupt if anything feels off. Throughout the entire incident, there was only one suspect who broke into the Artisanship Commission, and that was Miss Yun Li. Miss Yun Li caused a ruckus at the Artisanship Commission trying to take away Gu Yun, but you stopped her in her tracks. After bidding farewell to you, Yun Li pretended to leave, but snuck into the arsenal alone and stole Gu Yun. We haven't found any other suspects or evidence.
I found this in the crevice at the bottom of the case.
A rose petal? Huh. I must have missed it during the search. But why was there a petal inside the case?
I don't know. But I do know that wherever that Knight of Beauty goes, he always leaves behind a trail of rose petals that's almost impossible to clean up.
That was
My thoughts
successful.
are a mess. Let me sort them out. The sword case was never locked, which is evidence that only someone who delivered the sword could have done that. And the rose petal was probably left behind by that Knight of Beauty. But how did he manage to take the sword from the Artisanship Commission? Why did he steal it after returning it here? And why would he leave that petal in the case?
I know. Gu Yun flew out of the case on its own. The Knight of Beauty only unlocked the box to aid its escape.
Don't be ridiculous. How can a sword escape from a case on its own?
You've never seen a flying sword before?
I've only heard about the Mieka Kivesa being able to fly in legends. But even if it could fly, why would the Knight of Beauty do this?
Like I said, the sword contains a heliobus. Argenti must have been under the control of the sword. Maybe he was under its control even before you arrived on the Luofu.
Official Dahao, where can we find that knight?
Let me see. The docking location of Argenti's ship, the one and only.
Let's go. We've got to find Argenti before that sword completely takes over his mind.
Hugs.
Cha. I don't know what quest I booped out, but I'm doing this one.
Oh, is that a stain? I like this coat.
There he is. Does he have a chair? Yeah, pet.
I've been waiting for you here for quite a while.
Hey.
Knight of Beauty. You're the one who stole Guyon, right? Hand it over. You have no idea how dangerous that cursed sword is.
Dangerous? In my humble opinion, the real danger is always the hand wielding the weapon. Yes, I did. As a Drilla's knight, I've sworn to live in poverty, and I abhor theft. I had to leave behind a rose petal in order to keep my promise to Master Guyon and uphold my knightly oath.
What? What do you mean?
I agreed to assist Master Guyon in its escape from the Cienjo. As the person who pulled it from the stone monument, captivated by its beauty, I must not let it down. I couldn't stay in the arsenal to convince the craftsman, nor did I want to take the sword like a thief. That's why I left behind a small piece of evidence that pointed to my identity in the hope of an open and honest conversation with you.
Whatever your reasons are, you're planning to take the cursed sword away from the Cienjo. Hand it over to me.
Back then, it was the beauty of Master Guyon that impressed me. So I willingly embarked on the journey to return the sword. But unfortunately, Master Guyon's homeland is no longer the ideal place for it to return to. As a Knight of Beauty, I must not abandon it halfway.
Oh no. He's completely captivated by the power of that cursed sword.
Oh my.
The solution is right in your hand.
Captivated? No, I am touched by Master Guyon's flawless beauty.
Flawless beauty.
To be honest, I'm confused why none of you can understand this sword. This is quite heartrending. I've already made up my mind to take Master Guyon away from the Cienjo.
That cursed sword has messed with your ability to think. But I'll break you free from its grip. I'll shatter its illusion. And the sword itself.
Fair lady, if you're intent on taking away this person, this sword that is under my protection, please engage me with a fair duel according to knightly etiquette. As a representative of this duel, I, Argenti, challenge you.
Are you tired? You're tired.
I swear on the spirit of chivalry, in front of a Drilla the Beauty,
Oh, it is getting
I
late.
will represent Master Guyon in this duel. If I win, you will allow Master Guyon to leave the Cienjo with me. And if you best me,
Yeah, sleepy.
I'll accept my defeat and turn Master Guyon over to you. Do you accept my challenge, Miss Yunli?
Fine. Let's see whose desire is stronger. Your desire to take it away, or my desire to hunt down all cursed swords. Show me what you've got. You're not going to use Guyon to fight for victory?
Well, I know a thing or two about swordplay. In a proper duel like this, a knight should rely on the skills he's honed day and night.
You're a real weirdo.
Let the duel commence.
I don't think my team's good for this.
Relax. Time to say bye.
What do you mean by best? Who's the best boy or best girl in the game?
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
Like best character I like.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
Or just generally good boy or good girl.
Stand still.
Rise to the challenge. Get them.
Bear witness.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Because there could be a lot of different options. Well, my favorite. My favorite is Kafka. The one with the sunglasses that's fighting here. And she has the katana, the gun. So, she is my favorite female character.
Stand still.
Male character on the other hand, I have to think about them. I have to go through the list actually. So it'll probably be after this fight. No problem, Chaos King.
All will be swept away
But yeah,
by the wind.
I would have to look. Oh. I'm high-tech. But yeah. I would have to think about my favorite male character. I know which character likes me the most, I guess. I forgot his name. So, I'll see ya, Chaos King, until we meet again.
Rise to the challenge. Rise to the challenge.
Oh yeah.
Existence is unity.
Get them. Rise to the challenge.
Okay, I have to think about it. But yeah, Kafka's probably my favorite.
Rise to the challenge. Bear witness. Let the duel commence.
Stand still.
Yeah, her aesthetic. She has like the spider webs and she's like the manipulative character. I guess I have a type, but yeah.
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
Time to say bye.
Yeah.
Boom.
Rise to the challenge.
What's it? She has other
For chivalry.
for chivalry. Yeah, she's mostly my favorite character.
I've lost. According to the rules of a knight's duel, I should keep my promise and hand over the sword to you. But before I do that, I hope that you...
Yeah, everybody has a
might have the
type.
mercy and listen to Master Guyon's past experiences.
Yeah, like those types. I guess tomboys is also on my tier list of things.
This sword has been cursed since the day it was forged. Place it in front of me, and let me destroy it.
Yeah, you just got possessed by the sword, buddy.
Do what she says, knight.
But...
You've done so much for me already. It's time for me to face her.
The sword talks.
I'm weary of fighting. I just want to share my past with you. To explain why I wanted to escape. After that, I'll leave my destiny in your hands. Are you afraid to witness my past, little girl?
Oh my god. It's gonna be a flashback.
Afraid? Well, you do have a different aura from other cursed swords. But you're just trying to use my curiosity to lure me in.
Well, you know best that a single touch won't snatch away anyone's sanity.
Fine. Show me your past.
Okay, so... data bank... Cactus! To be fair, honestly, I think Adventurine is my favorite character. as you can see, he's a gambling type character that uses the dice and everything. So, yeah.
Your humble servant, Aventurine, at your disposal. Just a cog in the machine known as the IPC's Strategic Investment Department. Nevertheless, I can also play the role of friend, if needed.
So...
The watchmaker of Penacony doesn't primarily make their living from watchmaking, yet the place is a magnet for talented horologists. Look at this piece, for example. Its hands and face are imbued with memoria, artfully altering its appearance to
yeah,
reflect the wearer's
he's my
emotions.
favorite.
As for me, I'd probably just prefer swapping out watches.
Like out of all the male characters, he probably likes me the most. I have gotten him the most. Also like him more now. He's more like a bratty kid. And now the other male characters, I like him and hate him at the same time. He's a trickster male character. I think that's about it. I also like his design. He's also another cool male character on my list. I'm not 100% sure about him, but I'm somewhat interested in him, but I don't have him. Kafka's my favorite.
Hi, Astral Expressers. Well, you caught me. My homeworld is one of many planets changed by a Stellaron. Oh, it's a shame I never got to witness how far it fell at the time. Before I joined the Stellaron Hunters, the nature of my work meant that I barely ever saw the same person twice. Playing the violin and firing a gun both require flexible fingers, but bullets are more obedient.
I also like Silver Wolf. Sort of like, well, I like Topaz, but it's like her. She isn't bad. My characters that I like. I sort of wish I rolled for her now and maybe her more. I got a lot of characters I liked so far. Also like her more.
Hey, I'm Sparkle. Got any cool, daring quests or risky biz? Just hit me up. If it piques my interest, we can talk money. The main thing is about having a right of a time, right?
Right? Yeah. There's quite a few characters I like. And it keeps adding more characters, and most of them are my type of characters most of the time. Comparably to like Genshin at this point.
Impossible to contact the main Cloud Knight forces. What awaits me will be a long and lonely war.
Follow me.
Is this your memory?
Ah, this is interesting.
It's so cold here. I didn't feel it when I was in the thick of battle, but now it's freezing me to the bone. You're indeed a masterpiece from the Xianzhou Juming. If you hadn't taken control of my body, I probably would have been decapitated in that fight.
Quiet, and stay alert. Orison wolf troopers never give up the hunt.
Hey, just relax a bit. It's been over 300 days since we were both stranded on this planet. The transmitter never rings, so I guess we can't count on that anymore. The people on this planet still use beasts to pull their carts. Obviously, there's no way they can help us fix the star skiff. Looks like we're stranded on this forsaken planet for the rest of our lives.
The rest of a Xianzhou native's life could be terribly long. Are you feeling any desperation? All by yourself in this hostile world?
Yeah, a bit. Perhaps.
When things get too rough for you to handle, just leave everything to me. No need to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders.
Yeah, sure. If I really can't handle things anymore, I'll leave my body to you. But now is not that time.
Do you really think you can oppose an entire Borisan army with your limited skills? What are you holding out for?
A hero.
It's true that I'm stranded here, but it seems like that Borisan pack is in the same boat. By the way, Guyan, do you know what a seed is? A seed may seem insignificant, but with careful cultivation and time, it can grow into a huge, unwavering tree. You said that the rest of a Xianzhou native's life could be terribly long. You're right. That's why I intend to plant a seed named Resistance here, and nurture it for the rest of my life. I want to show the people of this land how to defend themselves against those monsters. I can already see the seed in the eyes of those people.
You really think you can do it? Why not just give me control, and we can revel in the bloodbath together?
What was the memory I just saw?
It was a memory of me and a Cloud Knight. Stranded on an unfamiliar planet. We crash-landed on a planet occupied by Borisan. Just the two of us.
I can feel that it was a lonely war.
I'm alive. But all the young people in the village...
They died. They died for you. They died because of your big promises. Promising them a life free from the Borisan. I tasted their despair before death. They didn't see it coming. And neither will you.
We can't stay here. Let's move on to the next village.
Why? What's the point? You and your sorry excuse for an army have been fighting for over 3 decades, and you haven't won a single battle. What you're sowing is not resistance, but despair. This world is hopeless. It's completely infested with packs of Borisan. You've seen their numbers, and you know their methods. And those commoners you've put your hopes in. They just kneel down and worship the monsters devouring their children and families, calling them their Beastmasters. You beheaded one of the Beastmasters for their sake, but they turned on you because they were scared of the Borisan taking revenge. You remember all that, right?
I do. I remember my first death. The Borisan cut off my head. But I also remember that if it weren't for a brave youngster who risked his neck to reattach my head and give me a proper burial, I would have disappeared completely. I remember everything the people did for me. They left food at the entrance of my cave, fixed my fur coat, and some even joined my resistance. The rest of the Xianzhou native's life is still terribly long. There will be new youngsters who will stand beside me in battle.
It's like tired of this
it was
crap.
a lonely war. No. It wasn't a war filled with loneliness, but with despair. So much despair that I don't want to ever taste it again.
leaving.
Where are you going, Your Highness?
I'm returning to my homeland. A distant place beyond the sky. I'm not coming back.
But what should we do with you gone? What if those wolf demons show up again?
They won't, my child. You've wiped out the last of them. But before I go, I need you to do one thing for me. Even though the wolf demons are gone, new monsters will appear in this world. Soon, a demon will appear, donning golden branches and knowing only bloodshed. However, fear not, my children. I'm entrusting you with this sword that's been with me in countless battles. Use the skills I've taught you over the years, and you'll surely defeat that last demon. But that's not all. I need you to construct a stone monument for me. It must be large and sturdy enough to seal the remains of that demon forever. This is a debt you owe me, and you must fulfill it. Do you understand?
You lied to them. And you lied to me, too.
Guessing he died.
Oh? You promised that you'd give your body to me when you couldn't handle things anymore.
Well, this Xianzhou native's life has finally come to an end, my old friend. How about one last chance for revenge? Come and bid me farewell for the final time.
He had long since come to some understanding. I could sense a mix of intricate emotions flowing out. It wasn't bloodlust, or anger, or fear. What he had left for you was hope.
They've learned how to fight monsters. But there's still one last monster lingering in the world. Kill it, my old friend. He left me there without ever looking back.
Was he the last monster? Is it something else?
Thank you, my old friend.
Yeah. Right.
Heliobi can taste human emotions. How do my emotions taste, my old friend?
A hint of bitter compassion and a touch of scalding courage. Your heart's deepest desire is to end war once and for all. Now, the war is finally over. Can you hear? Even though you can't hear me anymore, my old friend, I'll do everything I can to bring an end to all conflicts in this world.
So, this is the past of the Kalevalan people's Sword of Heroes? You helped the people of that world bring an end to war?
No, I did not. I am a weapon, and I only became the cause of more conflicts. Countless monarchs of Kalevala saw me as a symbol of kingship endowed by nature, and they waged wars in order to possess me. I grew tired of their wicked intentions. I didn't want to kill for anyone anymore. So I returned to the stone monument where my master was buried. And since then, no one was able to remove me from it.
But you allowed Argenti to take you away?
Because even after all this time, I still wanted my master to come home.
Right.
During the sword gifting ceremony, I felt anguish when I learned that I would be handed over to the most skilled swordmaster and once again become a tool for killing. My master had engraved his deepest desire into my blade. End war. As a weapon, my purpose was predetermined from the start. I had to become a deadly sword that would relentlessly hack and kill. But once I fulfilled my mission, would I have the right to choose my own destiny like he did? So, I asked the Knight of Beauty to help me break free from this never-ending cycle of bloodshed.
These thousands of years have naturally turned into memories of mine. I think I understand the beauty the knight was talking about now.
I don't want to be a sword that brings death. My war ended long ago. The years spent as a tombstone were my finest.
It's true.
I've told you everything about my experience with Master Guyan on Kalevala. And now, I'm sure that Miss Yun Li is as moved by the sword's flawless beauty as I was back then.
Even though I had heard the legends of this sword from the delegation, delving into its memories was still fascinating. Yun Li, I trust Guyan's experiences have changed your mind.
It wasn't until I held Guyan in my hands that I could sense its thoughts and unspoken words. I always thought a cursed sword infused with a heliobus would only bring rage and slaughter. I never thought someone could leave behind the desire to end war and even change the nature of the cursed sword.
Well, it is a sentient sword, so it can change over time.
My position was too extreme. Guyan is truly a sword of heroes. I apologize to all of you for my behavior. I'm sorry.
Now that we've proven Miss Yun Li's innocence and found the sword, should we now return it to the arsenal?
No. I'm still going to melt down this sword. I've heard your true desires, Guyan. I can sense that you're tired of being a sword. Constantly serving new masters and fighting battles you no longer want to be part of. Right?
But being a sword is my destiny. I'm doomed to serve some master and fight battles endlessly. Can the wind choose to stop blowing? Can a cloud choose to stop drifting? No. It's the same for me. A creation with a predetermined destiny.
That's not true, Guyan. That nameless swordmaster shaped his own destiny. So you can too.
I just can't picture my destiny being anything other than that of a sword.
Do you remember when you stood alone in front of the swordmaster's stone monument? People admired you because you carried the memories of the hero. You are no longer a sword. You were a memorial.
Later, as I became worn and weathered, the gentle wind would pass through the hollows of my body, creating melodic tones that echoed in the distant mountains. I became a musical instrument then.
Can a creation become what it wants to be? The answer is yes. I'll grant your wish, Guyan, and transform you into something different.
Something different?
But this is the price for the war dance. If the Kalevalan delegation finds out... Please, say something, General Huayan.
Well, my granddaughter has always been stubborn. Are you really sure about this, Yunli?
What do you all think?
Fulfilling Master Guyan's wishes is the reason I came to the Xianzhou. With Adrilla's blessing, you could turn Master Guyan into a plow. But as long as it fulfills his wish to end war, I support it fully.
Then, I'll leave it to you, Yunli.
It's been an honor getting to know you like this.
The honor is mine. Thank you, Yunli.
I wonder what they changed the sword into.
Why the long face, my child? Are you feeling regret, perhaps? You were completely determined when melting down the sword. So, why the sudden change of heart?
Grandpa, I melted down the prize for the war dance. How are you going to explain this to the lawful?
Oh? Am I hearing right? This little girl is worried about her grandpa. Didn't see that coming.
If only I'd talked to you from the beginning, Grandpa. Maybe things wouldn't have escalated like this. But at least Guyan got what it wanted. I have no regrets there.
When it comes to swords, you and your father are cut from the same cloth. So, are you planning to continue melting down the rest of Hongguang's swords?
Yeah. Guyan is unique. But the other cursed swords are still too dangerous for anyone to handle. But maybe I'll try to be more patient next time.
Be more patient. Well said. Remember what you learned today, because there will be many more situations in the future that will require you to be more patient.
Understood. But what about the prize?
Well, ever since you showed up at the ceremony, I had a hunch. So I prepared another sword as a backup plan. And don't worry, this one has nothing to do with Heliobi.
That's perfect.
By the way, the ambassador from Kalevala and that knight went to Arum Alley. They're looking for a spot to honor the hero. Why don't we go take a look together?
Oh, General Huayan.
Ah, they changed them into that?
Well, my My granddaughter was inspired by the heroic legends told by the Mieka Kivesa, so she dragged me here to take a look.
I come from a long line of Kalevalan monument keepers. For generations, my family has guarded the stone monument left behind by the nameless hero. Over the centuries, a golden tree sprouted from under the monument, and its branches have never withered. We Kalevalans see it as proof of the hero's existence. Before leaving Kalevala, I took a branch from that golden tree, hoping to plant it here to represent the hero returning to his homeland.
That sounds good. We Xianzhou people don't make coffins or set up memorials, so I'm sure he would be happy to rest here where life is bustling.
The hero had asked our ancestors to carve something into the monument, so I made a copy of it too. While the inscription is pretty worn with age, perhaps you can still make out some of it.
I have drifted far from my homeland and am on the brink of death. Yet, I take solace in having honorably fulfilled my duties. Should you feel compassion for me, kind traveler, please take a handful of soil hence and bring it back to the Lawfu. Mr. Pavo, I wonder if that hero ever left a name in your history.
I apologize, but the hero's epic battles happened long ago, and he did not leave any name for us to call him. But in our mythology, he came from the heavens, and so we call him the Cloud Knight.
Welcome home, Cloud Knight.
Now, you can also rest here, Guyan.
As a punishment for being an accomplice in this theft, General Huayan assigned me to guard this golden sapling and recite the story of the hero and this legendary sword to passers-by. This is not a punishment at all, and I gladly accept it. Spreading the message of beauty to the Xianzhou residents is exactly what I desire. However, I plan to leave the Xianzhou soon and continue my travels. May our paths cross again in the vast cosmos, my dear friend.
I'm feeling a bit emotional. I'd like to stay here for a while. Thank you for your guidance. I'm truly grateful. By any chance, would you be interested in taking sword lessons with me? Like March?
I would have said yes.
Now
That
that
was
my
not
mission
an option.
is accomplished, the delegation will be leaving the Xianzhou Lawfu soon. But of course, the experiences here will become an epilogue to the hero's stories. This golden sapling will become a part of the everyday scenery of the Xianzhou. I believe it's what he would have wanted.
Now he just teleports away. Anyway, I am going to go to sleep. So, I accomplished what I wanted today. But like always, I stream from 8 p.m. Eastern Time every single day. That has not changed for the last, I think it was the last 3 months. So, but I am going to post a poll that you can vote on tomorrow I'll be playing .hack GU like normal, and then Sunday will be the zoneless zone 0 game. I'm probably will roll for Bernice, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get her. Unless my RNG gods bless me so. Anyway, you guys have a good one, good night's sleep, and a good day tomorrow or today, depending on where you live. So, until next time, bye bye.